Ada lagu. Ada lagu. Boleh share play lagu dulu.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to remind all the participants to fill up the registration form as our seminar gift and loss basic or review will begin shortly. Also, please make sure that your microphones are in mute mode during the session except for any inquiries and questions from your side.
Aku mengerti perjalanan hidup yang kini kau lalui. Ku berharap meski berat kau tak merasa sendiri. Kau telah berjuang menaklukkan hari-harimu yang tak mudah. Biar ku menemanimu membasuh lelahmu. Izinkan ku lukis senja, mengukir namamu di sana, mendengar kamu bercerita, menangis tertawa. Biar ku lukis malam, bawa kamu bintang-bintang, untuk temanimu yang terluka hingga kau bahagia. Aku di sini, walau latih coba lagi jangan berhenti. Ku berharap meski berat kau tak merasa sendiri. Kau telah berjuang menaklukkan hari-harimu yang tak mudah. Biar ku menemanimu membasuh lelahmu. Izinkan ku lukis senja, mengukir namamu di sana, mendengar kamu bercerita, menangis tertawa. Biar ku lukis malam, bawa kamu bintang-bintang, untuk temanimu yang terluka hingga kau bahagia. Izinkan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to remind all the participants to fill up the registration form as our seminar gift and loss facing or visit will begin shortly. Also, please make sure that your microphones are in mute mode during the session, except for any inquiries from and questions from your side.
Ku lukis senja, mengukir namamu di sana, mendengar kamu bercerita, menangis tertawa. Biar ku lukis malam, bawa kamu bintang-bintang, untuk temanimu yang terluka, hingga kau bahagia. Untuk temanimu yang terluka, hingga kau bahagia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Saya Salah Cik Norina binti Cik Malik, merupakan naib mudir di Ma'had Tahfiz Al-Quran Darul Abrar. Tuan-puan yang budiman,
There's something on my mind, on my mind. I just can't get it right, can't get it right. It doesn't go away, doesn't go away. Even though I try to ignore it, I just want peace of mind, I want peace of mind. I feel like breaking down time after time, and it keeps coming back, always coming back. Hey, all my life, doubting was a part of me. Day and night, I fight my insecurities, asking why am I, who am I just want some peace of mind. And nunca salam, wa minka salam, tabarakta ya dhal jalali wal ikram. And nunca salam, wa minka salam, tabarakta ya dhal jalali wal ikram. Oh God, I need your peace, I need your peace. I still believe with hardship comes ease. Make the stress go away, go away. All my life, I know you've been guiding me. You're the one who knows my destiny. I'll be alright, I'm sure that you look after me. You know what's inside of me. And the salam, wa minka salam, tabarakta ya dhal jalali wal ikram. And the salam, wa minka salam, tabarakta ya dhal jalali wal ikram. All my life, I know you've been guiding me. You're the one who knows my destiny. I'll be alright, I'm sure that you'll look after me. You know what's inside of me. All my life, I know you've been blessing me. You're the only one who knows my destiny. I'll be alright, I'm sure that you'll look after me. You know what's inside of me. And the salam.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to remind all the participants to fill up the registration form as our seminar Grief and Loss, Face It or Leave It will begin shortly. Also, please make sure that your microphones are in mute mode during the session, except for any questions from your side. Thank you.
Every time I close my eyes, I see in front of me. I still can hear your voice calling out my name. And I remember all the stories you told me. I miss the time you were around. I miss the time you were around. But I'm so grateful for every moment I spent with you. 'Cause I know life won't last forever. You went so soon, so soon. You left so soon, so soon. I have to move on, 'cause I know it's been too long. I gotta stop the tears, keep my faith and be strong. I try to take it on, even though it's so hard. I see you in my dreams, but when I wake up, you were gone, gone so soon. Night and day, I still feel you are close to me. And I remember you in every prayer that I make. Every single day, may you be shaded by His mercy. But life is not the same, and it will never be the same. But I'm so thankful for every memory I shared with you. 'Cause I know this life is not forever. You went so soon, so soon. You left so soon, so soon. I have to move on, 'cause I know it's been too long. I gotta stop the tears, keep my faith and be strong. I try to take it on, even though it's so hard. I see you in my dreams, but when I wake up, you are gone. Oh, there were days when I had no strength to go on. I felt so weak and I just couldn't help asking why. Oh, but I got through all the pain when I truly accepted that to God we all belong, and to Him we'll return. Oh, you went so soon, so soon. You left so soon, so soon. I have to move on, 'cause I know it's been too long. I gotta stop the tears, keep my faith and be strong. I try to take it on, even though it's so hard. I see you in my dreams, but when I wake up, you are gone, gone so soon. So soon.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good morning ladies and gentlemen. Our honorable guest, Dr. Wan Rusli bin Wan Ahmad, Deputy Dean of Student Development and Community Engagement of Kuliah of Education, International Islamic University, Malaysia. Dr. Nawati Mansur, Head of Department of Educational Psychology and Counseling, Kuliah of Education, International Islamic University, Malaysia. Dr. Sarmi Ahmad Sudan, Advisor of Council of Counseling Students, International Islamic University, Malaysia. Associate Professor Dr. Suhaila Hussein, Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan, Flagship Project Leader Sejahtera Jasad, Jiwa dan Kalbu. Our respected speakers and our beloved advisor Dr. Siti Khadijah binti Kasim, respected guests, lecturers and participants. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of committee members of Seminar Grief and Loss, face it or leave it, I, Huda Shakira binti Abdul Latif, would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you. We appreciate you taking time off your busy schedules to join us today. We hope you will find the program we have lined up for you to be fruitful and engaging. Before we move to our main agenda of this seminar, I would like to invite the guests and participants to sing Asma'ul Husna and International Islamic University Malaysia song.
نسألك يا من هو الله الذي لا إله إلا هو الرحمن الرحيم الملك القدوس السلام المؤمن المهيمن العزيز الجبار المتكبر الخالق البارئ المصور الغفار القهار الوهاب الرزاق الفتاح العليم القابض الباسط الخافض الرافع المعز المذل السميع البصير الحكم اللطيف الخبير الحليم العظيم الغفور الشكور العلي الكبير الحفيظ المقيت الحسيب الجليل الكريم الرقيب المجيب الواسع الحكيم الودود المجيد الباعث الشهيد الحق الوكيل القوي المتين الولي الحميد المحسن المبدع المعيد المحيي المميت الحي القيوم الواجد الماجد الواحد الصمد القادر المقتدر المقدم المؤخر الأول الآخر الظاهر الباطن الوالي المتعالي البار التواب المنتكم العفو الرؤوف مالك الملك ذو الجلال والإكرام المقسط الجامع الغني المغني المانع الضار النافع النور الهادي البديع الوارث الرشيد الصبور الذي ليس كمثله شيء وهو السميع البصير. اللهم صل أفضل الصلاة على أسعد المخلوقات كسيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم عدد معلوماتك ومداد كلماتك كلما ذكرك ذاكرون وغفل عن ذكره الغافلون.
Let's lead the way, lighten the future, share the wisdom to the spirit of Islam. Revelation and reason, we shall excel, we shall prevail. Merging faith and knowledge, we the Khalifa, we will fulfill the amanah. Together we make the world a better place. Forever expand the culture of Iqra. IUN is to realize the meaning of Ramadan al-Amin. Together we make the world a better place. Forever expand the culture of Iqra. IUN is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the worlds for mankind.
Now, I would like to invite Brother Nick Muhammad Fitri bin Nick Asri to lead the recitation of dua for our program today. Please welcome Brother Nick Fitri.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Al-Fatihah. Auzubillahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma ij'al jam'ana hadha jam'an marhuma wa tafarraqana min ba'dihi tafarraqan ma'suma wa la taj'al lahum ma fina wa la ma'ana wa la man yatba'una shaqiyyan wa la matrudan wa la mahruma. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim. Praise be to God, the Lord of the world. Peace and blessing be upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his companions, and for those who followed his example till the Judgment Day. Allahumma ya Allah. On this blessing morning, in the conjunction with the class EDGC 4013 and Council of Counseling Students CCSI, we beseech thee and grateful towards you in favor of all the infinite blessing to us, your humble servant, to live in safe and prosperous life. We seek your blessing for a flawless progress of this event from the beginning till the end. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim, we seek your guidance to steer clear of event that would detrimental the progress of this event. Ya Latif, Ya Rahman, please bless us with your tawfiq and hidayah. Please guide International Islamic University Malaysia to greatness, peace, glory, and prosperity in this world and hereafter. Make us a responsible intellectual. Grant us with a valuable knowledge that will be beneficial to mankind in order to gain your mardatillah. Make us your righteous servant and follow your command and neglect the sinful acts. Please forgive us for all our wrongdoing. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din wa afiyatan fil jasad wa ziyadatan fil ilm wa barakatan fil rizq wa tawbatan qabla al maut wa rahmatan 'inda al maut wa maghfiratan ba'da al maut. Allahumma hawwin 'alaina fi sakaratil maut wan najata minan nar wal 'afwa min al hisab. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanatan wa qina 'adzaban nar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa baraka wa sallam. Walhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin.
Amin, Amin, Ya Rabbal Alamin. Thank you, Brother Nick Fitri. Without further ado, I will now invite Sister Tuan Nurul Nadila binti Tuan Mat, the Program Manager of the seminar, to give her welcoming speech. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you to the Sister MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To our Honorable Dr. Wan Rosli bin Wan Ahmad, our respected speakers, and our beloved advisor, Dr. Siti Khalidah binti Kasim. We are grateful to God because with His grace and permission, we can gather in the webinar Grief and Loss organized by the students of Seminar in Counseling, Professional and Human Development EDGC 4013 in collaboration with Council of Counseling Student International Islamic University Malaysia, CCSI, and Sejahtera Jasad dan Kolbu SDQ. I, Tuan Nurul Nadila binti Tuan Mat, Program Manager of this webinar, would like to express my gratitude to the willingness of the Deputy Dean of the Student Development and Community Engagement, Kuliah of Education, Dr. Wan Rosli bin Wan Ahmad, Head of Department of Educational Psychology and Counseling, Kuliah of Education, Assistant Professor Dr. Nawati binti Mansur, Advisor of Council of Counseling Student International Islamic University Malaysia, Dr. Salmi Ahmad Sudan, Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan Flagship Project Leader Sejahtera Jasad dan Kolbu, Associate Professor Dr. Sahila binti Husin, speakers and all the participants that willing to spend the time joining this event. Ladies and gentlemen, through this webinar, I have high hopes that it will be able to benefit all parties, especially someone who had happened to lose the precious one in their life. On behalf of the management community, I hope that this webinar this time can benefit all students of the International Islamic University of Malaysia as well as the audience who were joining this event. Hopefully, today's event succeed in achieving the desired collection goals and objective of the program. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate all the committee's members who worked hard to make this webinar a success despite facing challenges and constraints. Appreciation and thanks are also expressed to all the parties involved indirectly or indirectly in providing cooperational and contributing energy in success of this event. Finally, once again, I would like to express my deepest thanks and appreciation to the Deputy Dean of Student Development and Community Engagement, Kuliah of Education, Dr. Wan Rosli bin Wan Ahmad, Kuliah of for their fully support until to this event. Not to forget our respective speakers and advisors who were willing to attend together succeed in the webinar Grief and Loss today. I hope that this event can be conducted again in the future in order to have more people who are facing the loss of precious one in their life. Hopefully, this event can continue in the future. Hence, a lot of thanks from me. See you again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Sister Tuan Nurul Nadila, for a great speech. We hope that the participants gain more knowledge after joining this seminar and are able to apply the counseling skills to deal with grief and loss issues later. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Wan Rusli bin Wan Ahmad, Deputy Dean of Student Development and Community Engagement of Kuliah of Education, International Islamic University Malaysia, to give his speech and opening remarks. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahil amin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Syukran jazilan. Thank you very much for our MC today, Shakira. Thank you very much. Our speaker for today, Dr. Associate Professor Dr. Haniza Rais, Associate Professor Dr. Salasia Hanim Hamzah, and Associate Professor Dr. Kasih Abu Bakar, and our lecturers, all our lecturers here, Dr. Salmi, Dr. Munawati, and others, our college in education, in Department of Education, and ladies and gentlemen, Alhamdulillah, good morning for all. It is an extraordinary pleasure to join the committee members of seminar Grief and Loss, Face It or Live It. It's an honor and privilege to be a part of this seminar actually, and as an officiator of the opening ceremony for the seminar that was organized by third year second semester Bachelor of Council of Counseling Students, CCSI. Congratulations to Dr. Siti Khadijah Kasim as advisor for the seminar. Alhamdulillah. Now, as we all know that today's seminar is about grief and loss. Okay? Grief and loss, and face it or live it. Let me briefly talk about the background of grief and loss. Even though grief and loss are very common with counseling researcher, but is still not able to attract the attention of the public, as we know that everyone is not really can prepare for the death, whether it is expected or not. Moreover, when death involves our loved one, however, no matter how we deny it, at the end of the day, we need to and we have to accept it. In Quran, in Holy Quran, Allah Subhanahu wa Taala say in one ayah of Surah Al-Baqarah, وَلَنَبْلُوَنَّكُمْ بِشَيْءٍ مِنَ الْخَوْفِ وَالْجُوعِ وَنَقْصٍ مِنَ الْأَمْوَالِ وَالْأَنْفُسِ وَالثَّمَرَاتِ وَبَشِّرِ الصَّابِرِينَ. We can translate it in English. And most certainly shall we try you by means of danger and hunger and loss of goods, lives, and fruits, but give the glad tidings unto those who are patient in adversity, as-sabirin. And then Al-Quran Kareem actually in another ayah, Allah Subhanahu wa Taala says, "Kullu nafsin dha'iqatul maut." Every soul will taste the death, and then we have to accept it. Therefore, the purpose of this program actually to expose our guide and counseling student with grief and loss cases as much as possible, that will enhance and improve their skill when they become a professional counselor in the future. Hence, this program will give opportunity to seek advice and guidance from experienced counselors that are already involved in the counseling field for years. Okay, that in Arabic poem, I remember one of the Arabic poem said that la budda min shakwa ila dhi muru'atin yuwasika aw yuslika aw yatawajja'u. The meaning is if you want to express or to complain or to get advice, go to person who knowledgeable, who kind, zu muru'atin, yuwasika, can console you, or yuslika, or to comfort you, to entertain you, or yatawajja'u, feel your grief. And at the end of the speech, on behalf of the committee member, I, Wan Rusdiwan Ahmad, Deputy Dean of Student Development and Committee Engagement at the Kuliah of Education, would like to express my gratitude for all the participants, either the IIUM students, our special invited guests, for joining our seminar today. We have many upcoming slots, inshallah, with our special invited guests. Hopefully that all the participants gain a lot of knowledge, inshallah, after joining the seminar. I think that's all from me. Thank you very much. I will pass back the mic to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Wan Yusuf, for being able to spend your time for today's seminar. We are really honored to have you here with us. I am sure that the participants are not able to wait for our main agenda, right? Because we have great speakers that we invited which specialize in grief and loss issues. For now, I would like to pass the floor to the moderator of the first slot, which is Sister Noain Natasha. Sister Ain, please. Sorry for the interruption.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good morning everyone. Sorry for the interruption just now. To the respected Dr. Wan Rosli bin Awan Ahmad, Deputy Dean of Student Development and Community Engagement, Kuliah of Education, Dr. Norwati binti Mansur, Head of Department Educational Psychology and Counseling, Kuliah of Education IIUM, the Honorable all speakers and lecturers, Kuliah of Education, and the Honorable all participants of this seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Nur Ain Natasha bint Abdul Rahman, the moderator of the first slot, which is Understanding of Grief and Loss. I am very pleased to see you guys here and welcome all of you to this seminar. Before we move further, I would like to introduce our beloved speakers for this slot, which is Associate Professor Dr. Haniza binti Rais. She is from Department of Educational Psychology and Counseling, Kuliah of Education, IIUM. She has received a bachelor degree in arts at University of Nebraska-Lincoln and continued master degree of science in education at Indiana University of Bloomington. Then, Dr. Haniza continued her study for Doctor of Philosophy in Education at IIUM, and her starting point was her doctoral thesis entitled Loss of Family Member, Grief Experience, Shared in Bereavement Support Group. Since then, she focused on working with grief and loss-related work. Dr. Haniza's areas of expertise in counseling also include counseling, education, and mental health, play therapy, career consultation, and crisis counseling, which is suicidal and self-injury prevention. Ladies and gentlemen, not only that, Dr. Haniza also done a grief volunteer work related to grief MH17 and MH370, Lahad Datu incident, flood disaster, tsunami, cancer client and families, the orphanage, suicide bereaved friends, and etc. Wow, such an inspiring work that we can follow. And I present to you Dr. Haniza binti Rais. Okay, Dr. Han. Good morning, Dr. Han. How are you today?
Good morning. Alhamdulillah, sihat.
So, Dr. Han, are you ready?
Yes, inshallah. I'm going to share the screen.
All right. While Dr. Han sharing the screen, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give some information regarding our topic today. Grief is the natural process emotional response to the loss of someone close, such as a family member or our friend. Grief can also occur after a serious illness, a divorce, or other significant losses. Most people find the grief lessen with time. They may always carry sadness and miss the person who has died, but are unable to find the meaning and experience of pleasure. Grief often involves intense sadness and sometimes feeling of shock, numbness, or even denial and anger. So now, allow me to welcome Dr. Haniza binti Rais to elaborate more regarding understanding grief and loss. Dr. Han, the floor is yours.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Thank you, organizer. Thank you all the third year students. I think you're not final year students, right? The third year students of counseling. Thank you for choosing this topic because this is to be quite rare, and this is the first time. I think this is the second time that we have something on grief and loss in the form of seminar. We had once before, like I think in early 2000 something, when we had a visiting professor, Dr. Catherine Gilbert, coming over to Kuliah of Education, and we had the similar. Of course, she's much more expert than me, but inshallah that having this again. Is quite nostalgic to me because I've left this topic for quite many years after working on it on my thesis. Yeah, you mentioned the thesis. Just a little bit of my background while waiting for my slide to show. When I first started this, it was not something that I received quite. a lot of responses, some pleasant, some just skeptical about the topic. And at that time, talking about early 2000, people do not see the importance of this topic. We never thought that we will have the pandemic. We never thought that we suddenly lost our airplane MH370, and we have flight disaster in Malaysia. We never thought of that. We have series of things that really make people think that it is something that really unexpected when it comes to grief and loss. So I started the topic because I lost my mom. Right, in 1999, it was so sudden. I just graduated with my master's in counseling. I thought it was so smart, and so I had the skills of counseling. I thought I would be able to help myself, but I was wrong. I was wondering why it's not working for me. Why am I not? Why wasn't it? Was difficult for me, for my families, for everyone in my family, because it was very sudden and unexpected. It was within 3 months. My mom had an illness, went in and out of the hospital, and we lost her after 3 months back in 1999. Like I said, I was just started my counseling profession. I was so excited about talking about counseling and helping my students with counseling. But later I realized that as a counselor, anyone, you are not immune to when you feel when you lost someone important in your life. It's just something different. Like Dr. Wan Rosli said earlier, we know it is something that can happen to anyone, but yet we are not ready. When it happened to us, then then only we know how hard it is to deal with the loss of someone we love. Congratulations, this batch, for choosing this topic. You are taking this a challenge to have a very difficult topic, but the truth is this is important. And I'm sure you chose the right topic as future counselors. Whether you like it or not, this is something that you have to deal with. Nur Ain, can you see my slide now? Is it shown already? All right, now? Okay, I will continue. Okay, the topic given to me is understanding grief and loss. I try my best to squeeze things within this 1.5 hours of session. When we talk about it is a huge thing. When I first started, I thought it's just something, it's something that can be. You need to bear with me. If it is too much for you, or you will have to come back for another slots, perhaps. Since you are counselors, I know your expectation might be more than the public, so you probably will need to digest first the understanding part. This is a learning process. I'm still learning, even after so many years. There are still things that need to be learned, and there are still things that need to be understood. As a professional helpers, we see things differently. I learn every time I met bereaved clients. They always tell me something new. They always give me something new perspectives about grief and loss. And some of the research or studies that we have read, sometimes it's not really, it is helpful, but you have to be able to relate that to the reality of it, to the people who are affected. Okay, when we are doing this in reality, we will really have to be, try our best to understand whom we are dealing with, whether they are our clients or just our friends or our family members who lost family member. So my slide will focus on a little bit about how to manage grief and how to cope with the loss of loved ones. But before I start, I want if my slide moving, my slide is moving well, right?
Yes, Doctor.
Right.
Yes.
So we are on the psychological risk slide, right? Okay. Before I begin, I would like to make some disclaimer, my own disclaimer, and also caution everyone with the psychological risk for listening to my slot today, this morning. The topic, like I said, is not something that we talk every day. So what I share and what you go through, if you're one of them who have lost a family member, may be different. Okay. And for those people who have lost someone important in your life, this session with me may make you recall the painful moment of losing someone important in your life. So I want to caution you that it may lead to intense emotional reactions to the loss. So I hope you are prepared for this. But I would like to encourage to listen to this lot, because it may be helpful for you to understand why it is happening to you. Listening to my talk can be therapeutic and timely for some people, but it is your personal choice. Okay. One thing about having this talk online, I have a lot of limitation. We are limited by time. My content may be, scattered here and there. My delivery may be distorted here and there. We are talking from a distance, and my interaction will be limited. So that can also affect my presentation. And I'm going to share stories. I'm going to share some experiences, personal and as well as from clients' stories, without mentioning names. But my whatever I share may be different from what you experience. So we'll talk about that later. How unique it is. Every loss is very unique. Okay. But just in case, if whatever I say in here is affecting you in a negative ways, do not hesitate to contact me, or do not, if you can if you're not able to contact me, turn to someone for support and talk to a counselor if you really need, you may need the help, and this is timely for you to do so. This morning, I tried to be interactive, but as much as possible. So I would like to get feedback, and I will check on the chat box. If anyone have any questions at any time, feel free to answer. I love to answer questions. I don't want it to be one-way session. If you have answers, if you have questions, I will try to respond to that. And Miss Moderator, let me know, give me some cues if there are questions that I need to answer. All right. What you're gonna walk through with me today? This is not a lecture, but whether you like it or not, I will just try to give you some definitions. Okay, because they are all done in English, but feel free to ask me in Malay. Feel free to ask me in Malay, even in your chat box, or if you want to ask me, you can actually, boleh kan moderator, ask for them to switch on their mic and they can talk to me directly. I love to do that. But again, if you want to ask question, yeah, boleh ya. But if it is too personal, I think you better communicate with me personally. All right. So I don't want you to actually disclose your personal things, as this is a public session and people will be listening. I don't want you to take that risk, and we are not able to address that in the session. Okay. What's important in the term that people use in grief and loss? The main thing, grief, loss, and bereavement. Those are three terminology that has been used. Sometimes people use it interchangeably, but they are actually, when you're learning about grief and loss, they mean something. There are differences between the three terminology. Okay, learning about when you study, when we are in a lecture, we always learn the terminology. But in reality, what really means to us is the meaning of loss itself. So you will see how when you're with the real people, the bereaved people, the people who lost their family, their loved ones, the meanings are actually in them. So that's why I put the meanings of loss here. How it is important, whatever we learn from whoever we thought experts in the area, at the end of the day, the meanings are in people. So it is very important for us to check on them, what it means to them. It sounds very existentialist. It is very existentialist because the meanings are in person. So for us, for those people, most of the time they search for the meanings of loss when they lost someone important in their life. Okay. And I will go through a little bit about normal grief reactions to loss, because this is very important for us to normalize, so that people don't feel they are, in a very bad shape, or they are in a very difficult situation. So at least we know these reactions are real, these reactions are normal. Next, I will go into potential issues affecting the bereaved after the loss, because the loss itself is one thing, but what comes after that will be issues that you probably will deal with in counseling. Okay. At the end of the day, last but not least, as a counselor, after we have identified the issues faced by our clients, we'll learn how to we work together with them to look at their coping strategies, and also see if there's a need for counseling interventions. I mentioned this again, if there is a need. Yeah, sometimes it's not needed. So we'll see how it is. So you need to be able to screen that part. Okay. This session is really very knowledge based. A workshop for counselors will be good, because many of us probably have lost our own family members. So normally it is wise for all counselors to go to a workshop, to a specific workshop on exploring your own loss. Then you'll be able to iron out all your issues, the issues that you have faced about your own loss, in order for you to deliver your services or your assistance to to friends or clients in much more effective ways. Okay. My first slide, maybe you all can answer me in the chat box. When we talk about grief and loss, are we ready? Can we be prepared for the loss? So anyone, please be interactive. I will read the chat as we go along. Are we ready to lose our loved ones? Imagine our loved ones, they might be,
No.
all right. So we're thinking about most of the time we think of the elderly people in our family, the people who are sick in our family. Probably your grandma, your grandfather, your grandmothers, even your mom or your dad, or any family members who are either old or sick. But the truth is, in life, anyone can be taken at any time, at any age, for no specific reasons. Okay, this is beyond our control. We know that. Okay, but are we ready? Okay, and the next level is, of course, we are not ready. We can prepare ourselves the least. Okay, we can actually tell ourselves this is part of cycle of life. We can always remember the thing that we talk about, qada and qadar Tuhan, the takdir and all that. But that is the least we can do to be prepared of what's coming. Okay, and one thing good about being Muslim, our religion has taught us about the acceptance of death, how it is fated to us and all that. And this is also noticed by the Western people when I talk about grief and loss and death and bereavement. They notice that that we have the way we view things a little bit different from the West, and even we are able to talk about death and in a very calm. I was told by a friend who actually listening to me about my own grief, and she's saying that your religion has made you much more calmer in sharing your own grief, and the way you view things are supported by your own belief, and this is not often that I can see in those people in the Western society. That's remarks made by, I don't know whether it's a compliment or not, but I think this is their observation of us. Okay. Again, the next level is, are we ready to help others to cope? Okay. Check that. Where is the chat? Tak boleh baca chat lah. Sekejap. Hold on. Why can't I read the chat? it's okay. I'm looking for the chat.
It's okay, Doctor. I will read for you.
Okay. Sometimes with Zoom, I get confused sometimes when oh, there you go. I can see the chat now. Is that the chat? Okay. But you can see the slide well, the whole slide. All right. Let me move on. Okay, question number 1. This one I may need a few answers from people. What is the hardest part of losing someone? In the chat, or you can switch on your mic. Now I can view the chat, inshallah. Yes.
Moving on. Moving on.
Okay. May I know who's talking there?
Fitri.
Fitri. Okay, Fitri said to move on is difficult. Anyone else?
Ashikin said to accept it.
To accept it, okay? To accept, to move on. Moving on, to accept. What else?
Try to feel the emptiness.
To feel the emptiness. Talking about emptiness. Anything else?
Okay, Sabrina say in denial.
In denial. Okay.
And then Amira Raihan said it's when every day we see that person face, but now we can't see them anymore.
Unable to see them. Oops. Unable to see them. Okay. Yeah. When every day we see that person face, but now we can't see them, to accept it. Okay, these are some of the things. This very, very true. This is very hard. You know, you see your loved ones every day. You expect that person to be around, and suddenly she or he's gone. You know? And then sometimes we the hardest part is to accept that the loss is real. Okay, so those are normal things that reactions that we actually experience. Okay, so what is grief actually? Okay, what is loss? Okay, so these are important things that we need to actually we need to understand. Okay, this is something that I think everybody familiar with. Okay, demi masa semuanya manusia dalam kerugian kecuali orang yang sabar dan beriman. This is the translations of a verse that we always hear talking about loss of time. Okay, the grief definition, if you the pronunciation is grief, natural reaction to the death of someone with whom you feel attached. Okay, there are a few things that I want to say about this definition. It is natural reaction. You don't plan to react certain ways when you lost someone important in your life. Natural reactions, and here it is defined as someone with whom you feel attached. To tell you the truth, when you study grief, you know that even it could also be hard if you have relationship that you are not close to. The attachment may be limited. All right, so you feel that the loss triggered that feeling of inability to attach yourself to someone. That really lead to all kinds of feelings, including regrets and guilt. Okay, one of the hardest part to help people, bereaved people, is when we have to work with them on their guilt feeling and their regrets. All right. So this is the thing that that normally people will share in the grief counseling. Okay. Here, grief is defined reactions to death. In study of grief and loss, it's not just about death. It can be loss of other things as well. All right. So ni definition kelas kejap masuk lecture sikit. Loss is something or someone taken away. It is an experience when a relationship ends, either by death or by life's transition. Okay, so even if the person is around, but maybe disappear, like MH370, 370 kan? Ke 370 ah? I got confused. Okay, either one of the plane. Okay, or divorce, that the parents, one of the parents suddenly left the family, it can also defined as loss. When we are unable to keep something meaningful to us, we have something very meaningful, like maybe I know that something that you can relate to where you lost your phone. Everything is in the phone, the pictures, the memories, and everything. So I think people who have lost their handphone will be able to relate to that feelings. You know, example for loss is death, divorce, employment, loss of jobs, illness. Somebody who suddenly get amputated because of diabetes, loss of body parts, loss of taste for someone who had COVID-19, loss of appetite, loss because of certain illness, you are not able to do things that you used to do. Those are simple example of losses. And the grief is actually any natural process in reaction to loss. So any reactions, okay, not just physical reaction. We'll get into that. It can be psychological and physiological responses that occur. It can be internal reaction inside, no one knows. And most importantly, according to Warden is one of the big name in grief and loss. It is personal experience of loss. So and it can be also emotional response to one's loss and bereavement according to stroke. Stroke also another big name in loss. So siapa yang interested to study about grief, these are some of the names. And I invite you to do your action research on grief. I will help you if you need help on this, because not many people do research on grief. And if you do this, you are helping people to understand grief better in our society. I really welcome people to join my club, Grief and Loss Society, kind of in Malaysia. All right. Mourning ni pun term used in grief and loss. But this is kalau orang translate in Malay, dia kata berkabung, but it's not really true. Mourning is not just berkabung. Berkabung sounds so, it can sound negative, but it can also be sound cultural thing. The truth is the adjustment process. It can, but I do not use the word mourning much in my my work, because to me grief and loss, I focus on the grief reactions more, as that's how we do in helping people to cope. The mourning process is most, like I say, is most of the time cultural thing, and social responses that can also impede the process of grieving, because it's too cultural, sometimes it's too rigid, and it has to be done certain ways, and there are so many different definitions of mourning. Stroke define it as an expressions of grief, all your actions and manners that you do. We can relate to what people do after the funeral and all that, the funeral process, and mourning is also things that people do in coming to terms with grief. Okay. Bereavement is referred to the process of grief experience, the experience of loss. Okay. And other terms that you need to know is the word grieving. Grieving with ing, it means a process of grief. The bereaved are the people who lost family members. Sometimes it is called the bereft or the griever. but I personally prefer the word the bereaved. It sounds a little bit mild, and not to minimize the loss, but the word the bereaved is to me a good euphemism used when we refer to the person who lost their family members. Okay. When we talk about loss, okay, in the YouTube somebody said it is hard to continue life with someone without someone. It is hard to continue the life without someone we love that you lost. Okay, yeah, it is very true. It is hard because you've been working with this person. I'm responding to the chat for those people wondering why I'm talking about this. Yes, it is true. For us to cope living without our loved ones around. Okay, two things. When law, according to Rando, 1988, okay, it is quite old. Maybe you were not born yet at that time, but this is when my favorite definitions: physical loss and symbolic loss. Because you will see what you can see, tangible things that we can touch. For example, is always the death itself. Okay, but the symbolic loss, this is the one that can complicate the process. This is the one that most people have issues with. Okay, when you lost the psychosocial in nature, very abstract, cannot be touched. It involves social interactions of a person. For example, loss of friendship. So you lost someone lost a husband, and the husband is the best friend ever. So because of that physical loss, the death of the husband, loss of friendship as well, and there are many things. I want to show you another slide. According to Rando also, primary loss is the death itself. Secondary losses can also be symbolic loss. The secondary loss, the bereaved can be changed individuals, especially if the deceased played an important role in their life. This is very, I've seen this in people. I've seen this in many people, and they agree, they change, and they cannot be the same person. So do not expect people who lost their family members to be the same person. They won't be the same person without their loved ones. But it doesn't mean it's negative. It can be positive in a positive way also, because they may be taking the roles. They may be much more occupied with things. They may view the world differently. You know, those are some changes. And secondary loss can be affected by the change of environment. Maybe the living, the lifestyle may be changed. Maybe the change of environment. Maybe you are with loss of a father, for example, who's not able, the family may not be able to live the way it was, maybe less comfortable. Okay, loss of status, anak jadi anak yatim, isteri jadi balu. You know, these are loss of status can also have implication on the family. Okay, and we are not yet talking about stigma here, stigmatization in the society, you know, and alteration of relationship with other family members. You know, alter means changes in the relationship. When we talk about death, we talk about faraid, we talk about, you know, having to deal with harta sepencarian, you know, EPF and all that. That those are the things that you probably will see may be happening to some family members, and that can affect relationships. You know, when we talk about wealth and money, and you know how people have to deal with this, and sometimes secondary losses can be more problematic. This one actually is just straightforward thing. Okay, energy effect of bereavement. Alamak, ni silap letak slide ni, but it's okay. Effects of bereavement, the physical symptoms, some of the things that you need to be able to notice the possibility. Doesn't have to be there, but it can be there. It depends on people. The some of the reactions on physical, like having headaches, short of breath, chest pressure, tightness and heaviness in throat, energy exhaustion. You know, if you have had death in your family, you feel that after the funeral you feel so tired, you feel very lethargic, exhausted, not just physically, that is actually emotionally. Okay. And all the body pains that you will probably have, and you feel you don't have the energy, and that also affect the way people sleep. Some people say that I cannot sleep at night, I've been thinking about it, you know. And there are people who probably sleeping too much because that's the way they cope. Okay. And some people will have dreams and nightmares, and especially when that's deal with traumatic events, and eating habit, loss of appetite, and you will feel empty in your stomach. Whatever you eat, you feel nothing. You probably have to force yourself to eat, and sometimes it will lead to diarrhea. And some of these signs actually can also be seen in among the children, because the children will be able to say things. They probably will vomit because of the sudden loss. They have diarrhea. They have if in the past they never pee in the pants, they probably bedwetting at night. You know, there's regression among the kids to show that they are struggling, or they are trying to cope with the loss of their loved ones. So diarrhea ni because not just because not eating properly, but because of the biological reaction inside when you lost someone important in your life. Any question? Or I'm reacting to Rifki. When the support system lost, sometimes it makes them also lost in covering the role. Okay. Yes. What normally happen in the beginning, you will not be able to do things, even things you normally do, and this is normal. And slowly you will pick up, and and you feel even worse because you feel helpless, because you say that these are the things that I normally do, but I cannot do it anymore. You know, and we have to convince people this is the normal reactions, at least for the first few weeks of loss. But inshallah, if you will pick up again slowly, your roles back, because you will you get the support first. This is something that we can do. People around, whatever they cannot do at that moment, we'll pick up from there. Ask them, how can we do, how can we be helpful? You can actually do little things like, they're not able to send the kids to school, so do that for them. They may not be able to go to the market because it is always the response or the roles or responsibility of the husband. So maybe you can do that for them, because whatever things done by the deceased normally is difficult for the bereaved to do, because it is normally done by not only because it is always done by the deceased, but it will remind them more of the disease, and this is hard. Okay, so it is something that always say process of attachment and detachment. When we are attached with someone, it is also the process of detachment. Someone dear to us, something important to us. So when the bereaved keep on saying it is hard, you always remind yourself and tell them that it is not easy, because this is very important person in your life. So losing someone important in your life is not easy. So the least we can do is to reflect, and they want to hear that from us. They want to hear that we are in agreement with them. It is difficult, it is hard, this is very important person. So do not, nanti later I will talk about what to say and what not to say. Sebenarnya in a real workshop, I will do some role play and we'll do the exercise and do the situation, and that will be easier to illustrate. Okay, secondary losses can be harder because you lost your support system, You lost your partner, loss of income. These are some examples, loss of health, loss of best friend, loss of faith, loss of social status, loss of home. This is for the flood victims, loss of intimacy, loss of jobs, loss of financial security, and the working memory, and all these things are the secondary losses. But again, at the end of the day, you must actually find out what it means to the person who are affected. Death may end life, but it's not relationship. So this is very important for us to understand, because sometimes what we say means we want them to end the relationship. And we make that mistake all the time. When we say things, it means something else. We mean well, but we didn't know that we hurt them, because as if we are talking to encourage them, to motivate them to end the relationship. The relationship will stay forever. Death will not end relationship. Any question? I have until 10:30, right? Okay.
You, Rifki Arfansha said, when the support system lost, sometimes it make them also lost in covering the role of the person, especially for family.
Okay, I think I've responded to that earlier. Okay, this one is not necessarily COVID-19. I should have the loss because of COVID, but this is in normal loss as well. You lost death of a loved one, either mom, dad, sister, brother, spouses, or grandparents, and divorce, separation, loss of employment. These are types of loss actually. Okay. Loss of abilities. Perubahan diri, your own growth and development, changes in your body parts, changes in terms of because of you have to grow when you're growing older. You probably have certain limitation. You grow as elderly people, even much more, you also lost certain abilities. Okay. For the children, transition to adolescence, you also lost the part that you're no longer children. You cannot act like a child anymore, and people will look at you. You are a big girl acting like a kid. So those are quite a loss to another example of loss. Another loss in life, loss of possession. I think people who are affected by the flood disaster, they are we can see loss of possessions, loss of relationship and friendship, life transition, family crisis, and development, loss in when it comes to infertility. Okay. Having baby, maybe for the gentlemen who used to go out and having coffee with friends, will now have to stay home and help the wives to take care of the baby. So that kind of loss that we may have in the transition. Many people have to actually sacrifice their single life activities when they get married, when they have children. They have limited activities. Aging, freedom, loss of gain. Loss of gain is quite symbolic. For example, maybe when you move up the ladder from jadi boss, katakan, for example, you have a post, higher post, and the subordinates may no longer, hang around with you because of the status, the power that you have, or you yourself are not able to mingle around with the others because of your status. This is an example of family affected. When one death happened in a family, it is sudden and unexpected. Children without mom, husband without a wife, parents without daughters. So one death affect many people in different ways. And then there's a need for reorganization and readjustment. Life without this particular person, the process need to be done. Okay, family system affected. Potential family issues, maybe we start because of is a mom who died, the maternal roles taken over by probably the children, by the father, by the grandparents, and there's a maternal role shifts. If before husband has never cooked in life, now maybe the husband has to pick up on cooking. Okay, if the kids are always have moms doing everything, and then for them now they have to pick up the roles. Maybe they will have to need to delegate the roles among the family members, and this is the time the support needed. If the family is small, they may need friends and other relatives to help in, okay, to chip in helping to maintain the family, at least in the beginning, so that they'll be able to readjust later. We are not yet talking about dad remarry or mom remarry after the death. That will be another level. And when we talk about that, there will be issues. So I would encourage, if you're counselors, if you know someone, we have children whose parents want to be remarried after the death, prepare the kids, prepare the family, the possibility, because later on we learn about people grieve differently. So we know that it's not that we're saying that it's not allowed to remarry, but it's just that prepare the kids, changes will take place, and probably the newcomer will have to readjust, and like orientation lah kan, macam kat sekolah orientation. So prepare each other. So I think a good counseling session with the children, the father and the future wife, or the mother with the future husband, to sit down with counselor to prepare themselves, the expectation of each other, because you're marrying not with children, and that it can create issues. But alhamdulillah, I think there are many people who are able to do it, but it will take some effort, because it will need to, there are two issues there. The grieving process is still there. You cannot expect that grief process to end, just because, especially when there's a process of remarrying there. For those children, probably they will feel that, okay, mom and dad has now moved on, but I'm still in the process. I still cannot accept that my the disease is gone, and that can create conflicts in the family. Okay, my next question, your own observation. Describe the reactions of loss when someone dies. Your own observation, your own or your observation on others. Can you share some reactions? Anyone? She said feel down and sad.
Some of them like uncontrollable.
Oh, they're not uncontrollable. Okay, example?
Yeah, I've seen someone that meraung.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, so
Crying out loud, yeah. Okay. Out loud.
yeah.
Crying all the time, throwing tantrums, isolate themselves from others, denial, mourning. Okay. Crying, sad in denial state, can't believe what happened. Okay. I just want to react quickly on the denial state. This is shocking to suddenly lose someone important in our life. So the word denial is you menafikan. You don't want to accept the truth. We all will go through that. It is unbelievable that I lost someone important in my life. It is unbelievable. we are in denial in that early stage, but it doesn't mean that later on we are not accepting it. Denial is normal in the beginning. Denial, the fact that it's very difficult for me to accept, is normal in the beginning. Okay. And we have to be careful with the word denial, especially your professional helpers, because when you use this term, you are actually labeling our client, because in reality, it is hard to accept. In reality, we will use denial as defense mechanism to protect ourselves. Remember the Freudian term, for those people, I think you all in counseling know the defense mechanism. Denial is one of defense mechanism. When you protect yourself from feeling the pain. So it is normal reaction when you want to protect yourself. And I believe that most people in the beginning will go through this part. If you Google, there are stages of grief, but I don't want you to get obsessed with the stages, because I'm a different school of thoughts. Okay, I will say denial is normal in the beginning, and it is okay to. It is when I say you are in denial because you are in a shock situation. Okay, so but be careful when we say that our friends are in denial because tak nak jumpa you. We cannot say that. I think she's in denial. After a month, she still don't want to see people. I've heard these remarks from friends, and I don't blame them, because we are taught that way. But the truth is, these people may need time. These people may not. These people may not. They are not ready to see people. So give them the space. Doesn't mean that they are in denial. All right. So be careful with when we say, because it's good that you point this out, Nadila. Maybe Ramai lagi will think about talking. We see that in there, but we really have to sit down and find out. If as a counselor, you will probably want to find out, and by checking on them, without saying the word denial, you can say, I notice this is hard for you. It's hard for you to accept, and you probably need you probably will have to go through the process and slowly accept the reality of death, of your loss. Sooner, I mean, you just acknowledge the fact that it is hard for you to accept the loss. It's hard for you to accept he's gone. Dah, full stop. Okay, that way they will realize, yes, it is hard for me. Okay, it's not that they're in that you are instead of saying you are in denial, he's gone. Ni ayat kejam lah ya. Okay, try not to say that. Isolate self from others. Later on, I will say something about isolating themselves. As a grief counselor, I allow people to be on their own. If that helps them, okay. Tell them it's your choice. You need the space. Can be on your own, but I will check on you again. So that but isolating themselves for too long and not realizing they need help, that will be another issue. But if they choose in the very beginning, at least in the first I will put 6 months, they have the right. Some people will see that people who are picking up from grief, there are times they need to be alone. There are times they need to pick up on taking charge of the family, and that's okay. Okay, but if they isolate themselves 24 hours, not seeing anyone, this person probably need help. By giving them support, first make sure they are eating well, make sure they get their rest, make sure, tell them that whatever you will help you through this. You are not alone. The minute you are isolating yourself, you are alone. So this person do not know that out there are people who are also feeling the same, or feeling the try to give the support that they need. Okay, crying is okay. Feeling down is okay. These are normal reaction. Okay. Speechless, nak nangis tak nak nangis macam semalam je dia ada kat sebelah. Okay, betul. You feel like the person is still, even after Adila, even after 10 years, 20 years, you feel that your loved one is still around, believe me. But the minute you feel like they're no longer around, and you pick up yourself and start, you know, in Islam we do, okay, I'll baca Fatihah ke, sedekah dia apa-apa. Feeling speechless, there's one word that you need to know that I don't think I write anywhere. The word numb, numbness. You don't feel anything. That is immediate, some of reaction that you see. You see a person like talking to you, but they're somewhere else, you know. You can, they are not present in front of you, they are somewhere else, they don't know what to say, you don't feel anything, not just speechless. This is what we call numb. Dia macam numbness, okay? All right, let me go forward. Kelingan itu menyakitkan, it hurts. Some of the thing, it can be observable. We see they cry. We see their facial expressions. We see sometimes there are people who has complained about the physical pains, you know, body parts are aching. But the hardest part for us to find out is the psychological emotional pain that's inside, that is not shown. Okay, and because of the sudden changes, it also hurts us. I like this term reaksi seru bermakna. Whatever reaction they have, it means it can give you 1,000 meanings. Okay, tears are words the heart can't say. So people cry, and you know, in reality, people cry for different reasons. Some people cry. Most people, we talk about cry, we relate to sadness. But actually, there are people who also cry when they're happy. Okay, but when we talk about grief, it is the tears. Sometimes they have tears and they smile as they recall the memories they have with the deceased. And tears, as a counselors, you probably want to pick up from there, you know. And also when talk about tears, please respond to those people who are crying by asking them, don't feel bad about crying. You are. This is sad. This is not something that it is too painful for you. So because we will hear friends or clients who actually cry and say, I'm sorry, I cry. You know, kadang-kadang kata, oh, sorry, maaf, I tak boleh control menangis. So some people, I've seen people who feel guilty for crying. So as a friend or as a counselor, you will say, it's okay. This is not easy for you. It's okay to cry. So you must okay them, okay? Must say that it's okay to cry instead of stopping them. There's new views in counseling when you give tissues, okay, you want them to stop crying. But I think it's this is your decision now, because you need tissues to wipe the tears. So you can have that available, but that like I said, there's another views in counseling on that. Okay, normal reactions. Any question? Throw questions anytime, ya, takut tak sempat jawab nanti. Dr. Kasih is in here. She's a wonderful panel that you have chosen, and I've always worked with Dr. Kasih, and I'm amazed with this lady. Hi, Dr. Kasih, how are you? This is my I learned a lot from Dr. Kasih. For your information, Dr. Kasih's husband, Associate Prof Marzuki, was our former Dean of Kuliah of Education. All right. It's a sudden loss. Auntie Dr. Kasih will tell you more. How are you, Kasih?
I'm good, Alhamdulillah. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, right. Thank you.
Good. All right.
How are you?
I'm okay. Auntie, you tell your story. I will love to hear you again. Okay. Okay. So, reactions, normal reactions, and these are reactions that you may see or you may not see lah. So when I don't want these are some of the things that you probably will see, but because people are different, people will display reactions in different ways. Okay, the part that you probably will see when we talk about grief, people will talk about feelings lah, loneliness, fatigue, helplessness, yearning, and then I have the Malay words there because I missed the part to erase for my presentation, previous presentation. Kesunyian, keletihan melampau. You feel fatigue is keletihan melampau lah. Tiada daya, tercari-cari. Yearning is tercari-cari. Rasa lega dan tidak rasa apa-apa. Numbness, I told you just now. Okay, and it's okay to tell yourself or your client to feel the numbness because that's normal reactions to grief. Okay, physical sensation, you feel empty in your stomach, you feel heavy, tightness in the throat, tightness and heaviness in the chest, aching, overeating or loss of appetite, fatigue and insomnia, tak boleh tidur malam, muscular weakness, tension and irritability. So from cognition aspect, you feel disbelief, tak percaya, confusion, you can be confused, keliru, preoccupation with the disease. You think about the disease non-stop. A sense of presence of the disease and hallucination. You feel that the disease talking to you. You feel that the presence of the disease. This is not hantu ke apa, you know. It's just that normal that you feel they're still around. They're so close to you. You feel their presence, although they're not around. Behavioral changes include sleep disturbance, appetite disturbance, absent-minded, social withdrawal. You don't feel like meeting people, you know, searching and calling out. Okay, saying restless, overactivity. You're overactive, crying, and you will start thinking, I want to go to these places. You will carry object that reminds you of the survivor. These are some of the things people do. But like I said, it depends on individual. Grief reactions can be seen also from three major ways. Psychological, through feelings, thoughts, and attitude about things. Social, through behaviors, and physical, through health and bodily symptoms. What is important here is to know that it's a continuing development that involves changes over time. It can come and go, and if appear different at different times. So be prepared for that. So it can come, maybe I do not write here, but anniversaries, anniversaries of death, anniversaries of wedding anniversaries, birthdays, special occasions like graduations, Hari Raya festivities, you know, Eid, you know, even Hari Raya Kurban. All those special events will remind us of the deceased more. And if you are not grieving before, that occasion may make you find you react to the grief even more intense, because some people will see the occasion is like the peak to the sadness of not having the loved ones around. Whatever it is, grief is a natural, acceptable reaction to loss. Absence of grief is seen as abnormal in most cases, but it's not true. I will talk about that later. But we'll have to find out whether this person is affected or not. Not until we find out, we don't know whether not showing grief is actually good or bad. Okay. Grief is not reaction to all kinds of loss, not just death, because the perceptions of grief are very unique and individualistic. So it is unique to one person. It is very individualistic. It does not require recognition or validation of others. Very often we hear people say, you should do this. You should be grieving. You shouldn't be grieving. You shouldn't be talking about him anymore. It has been 6 months. Oh, this is irritating. Very annoying to the bereaved. Okay. Especially when you say you should be over, you should move on. These are the words you don't say to the bereaved family members. Moving on is not the word. I think I did not write in my slide. The word is moving forward, not moving on. Moving forward. Okay. So let's go on. Ini pun manifestation lah, sama je ya. Manifestation from affective iaitu emosi, behavioral, physical, the same thing. It's just in different slide. These are some of the grief reaction: the numbness and the pain and the sadness and the anger and the tiredness. Okay, those are the reactions that you can see. These are the feeling that you may feel. Sometimes you feel anxious, sometimes you feel lonely, sometimes you feel you feel sad, yearning macam looking for, searching for the person who's gone. Okay, this is actually activity done with the bereaved. No two persons react to the loss exactly the same. You may come from the same womb, adik-beradik, 7 siblings, 7 different kind of reactions, and you don't expect you don't expect the same reactions coming from your abang long, from your kak nga, from kak lang. You know, you have to be able to allow people grieve differently. Sometimes we do have expectation. Kenapa dia tak nangis lah? Does that mean dia tak sedih? You know, so some people just don't cry. Maybe they don't cry. It's not the way they express their grief. Okay, so allow that, and tell the others it's okay for them not to cry. Doesn't mean that they are not sad. Okay, these are some of the feelings that you may have. I think I wrote the word. I mentioned about regrets and guilt earlier. Ada pun kat sini. So these are the things that we always have to work with the clients, especially, and the friends that we will see. They are angry. They feel guilty for things. The word guilt and regrets, if you look for it, you will find one. That's the danger of looking for rasa bersalah in when we lost someone important. So you will see that the reasoning part from the bereaved is they want to try to reason out the guilt feeling. So this one most of the time is because of the past. You know, counseling will focus on the present. So you wanna present and future, you wanna ask them what you can do about it now, because the guilt feeling is actually from the past. What are the things that you can do for the deceased? What are these things that will benefit the deceased, instead of you dwell on something that you cannot change. So that's why the word coping is there in counseling, because cope is when you cannot change things. Things you cannot change, you cope. Okay, so frustration is there. You know, our job, you are all trained counselors, you know how to react about reflecting emotion. You respond to these feelings, you reflect the feelings, you acknowledge the feelings are real. You reflect in reflecting emotion or feelings, you know that we acknowledge those feelings are real and normal for those people who lost their family member. Some of the short-term reactions: nightmares, fears, insecurity, withdrawal, sadness, recession, regression. These are all from the studies, and I've seen this also said and shared by the clients as well. Medium effect, term effect, stress, decrease in school performance for the kids. As a counselor, you will see, you will check on the children who lost their parents, check on them. They may not come to school, but you can do the home visit. You will also see the decline in their studies. It is also normal to see some sort of decrease in terms of their school performance, academic performance. Many people are affected, but help them to cope better, support them, give them room. If you're a teacher, allow them to some space for them to redo the assignment, give delay, postpone the deadlines and all that. Be more understanding. If you're a employer, give some space as well, because this is the thing. Kita dapat cuti ihsan, I think 3 days only. But the truth is, these people need to struggle, need to cope, and need to make a lot of adjustment. They need more than 1 month is not enough. 2 months is not enough. 6 months is not enough. You ask Dr. Kasih, it's probably years when they can get things probably done. Even after years, is still trying to make some adjustment. Okay, so be more thing to those people who lost their family members, whether you're at work, whether you're in school, wherever you are. These people sometimes may need more time to take care of certain things. Okay. If a child you've seen a decrease in terms of their school performance, as a counselor, check on them, talk to them, work on their grief issues, and help them with the schoolwork. Okay. Change in mood, depression, fear, destructive behavior. These are the most of the time happen to children because they do not know how to react. They have no words to describe their grief, their how they miss their parents or their loved ones. So they will behave. They will probably misbehave. That's how they want to express the grief that they have. So play therapy, Sentry, you all have done Sentry last week, right? So these are the things that can help people with the kids with their loss. These are traumatized people, and these people need help. Okay, talking about depression. If you notice, some of the reactions can also be symptoms and signs of stress. Of course, loss of loved ones can be stressful. Okay, and stress is also something that many people go through. And as long as we know how to cope better, manage our stress better, we will get through this, inshallah. But if it is not, if it is delayed and prolonged, it will get into depression. And there are people who are actually get depression because they probably have the history of depression before, pre-existing, before the death of their loved ones, so it can resurface. So any mental health issue like anxiety, depression, people who have had this before the death, probably the death can trigger. So it's not because of the death that caused the depression. But again, as a counselor, as a friend, take note of this. If it is, if the person after a few months, I will put 6 months to a year, if they're not functioning as a person, they're not able to take charge of themselves, to take care of themselves, to take the responsibility, roles and responsibility at work, at home, with the family and all that, and you know they need help. Okay, there's no harm of referring them for help. At least counselors can help screen if they need more than just counseling. Okay. The traumatized client, after they will have suicide ideation. Again, same thing with other mental health issue I said earlier. People who have actually coped by self-harming and have done any suicidal attempt before, they will resurface. It's not that it's not something that happened because of the death, but because of the pattern or the way they cope before, and they also probably have personal issues that intertwine ataupun that can affect their grieving process. Okay. Traumatic death can also be, is very hard. Is usually sudden, unexpected, often violent. So you imagine, not only that you have to deal with the loss, you can be disturbed by the maybe preoccupied with your own imaginations, how death take place, you know, and that can actually lead to secondary traumatization, actually, to the bereaved, because of the violent act that not been observed directly but imagined. So it can also lead to secondary traumatization to the bereaved, because they imagine, oh, this is what happened to my loved one when this happened, you know. That also can add on to the difficulties in dealing with the loss. Okay, I'm going to stop here. Do we have questions? Do you have any question? All right. Ada any question? The reality is, you will grieve forever. You will not get over the loss of loved one. You will learn to live with it.
Sometimes when people lost they cannot express their feeling due to new responsibility they got. Then they end up become emotionless. So how can we help them?
Sometimes when people lost, they cannot express their feeling due to new responsibility they got. Yes, it is overwhelming. You know, we have actually a wife. I've heard of a wife who actually have the wife who never drive before. Everything done by the husband, and suddenly the husband died, has to take over the roles of driving the kids around, having to manage the and that there are wives who are not working, have to think about the financial management, and all normally done by the husband, the bank, all this process with the bank and all that. So it can be overwhelming. It can be overwhelming. All right. So, but this person need to do it. So that's how we come in as friends, okay, as family members to assist. You know, the least you can do is drive. You know, you can actually offer help to drive. Drive the person around from one place to another. At least you don't have to be at the bank pun. You just drive so that you can take care of the parking, and you can actually macam jadi inilah, you know, just the driver, and be there for that, to help them. At least they don't have to worry about driving, and you take care of the ways. You know, you take care of the Google Map. You know how to get there. And the bereaved wife will just go to the bank and do the necessary. That would be something that you can do to help. You know, it is overwhelming, and there are many things that I learned that the bereaved, we can actually advise the bereaved to list things that need to be done. I think there are WhatsApp group that shared list of things that you can do, or you need to do after the death of someone. You remind them of the, you know, what they will get, like SOCSO, EPF, insurance, bank. You know, these are the things that need. Sometimes khairat kematian, remind them khairat kematian normally is not valid after 6 months. And kejamnya, these people, I never got my khairat from my parents, because not that I was not aware, I didn't realize not until it has expiry date. The truth is, we only have one set of parents. That's the only time we can claim. But kejamnya system kadang-kadang is that they make it like 6 months is the expiry date. It should not be. But I think it should be automatic. Once you know in the system that the loved ones have died, the disbursement of the money, it should be, the policy should be automatic. You know, not only that we grieve, we cannot think of anything, but our role is to remind, probably these are the things what are important, you know. And nowadays people are doing a lot of other things, hibah lah, wasiat and all that. So those are the things that help facilitate the process, because, you know, like I said, it can be symbolic and secondary loss. It can be much harder. It can actually trigger more sadness because of the struggle. Okay, so they end up become emotionless. Okay, emotionless. So okay. How to react to this, Nurul Nalila punya jawab, to end up without become emotionless. Not having emotion is emotion, okay? So the emotion is still there. So you have to actually respond to by inviting this person. I see that you don't want to talk about it. I can see that you do not react to certain things. I notice that when I talk about this, you feel hesitate to answer. These are the things you can do as a counselor, okay? As a friend, in fact. So that they will see they will appreciate your, they know that you are with them. They know that you are looking at them, or you are actually take note of what they're experiencing. This is empathy. This is what you need to, the least you can do in the situation. Commonly, we think that loss is related to the one who lost someone precious due to death, but it is people who left behind by their loved ones are considered as lost. Is it people who left behind by their loved ones? Tak sure lah jawapan apa soalan ni. Commonly, we think that loss related to the one who lost someone with precious due to death. But is it people who left behind by loved one? Okay, meaning that this person not because of death, someone left you. Yeah, I think it's the same kind of thing. It can someone left you. It is loss. You will grieve. Okay. There's another term for that. That actually relate to grief that kita panggil ambiguous loss. Okay, ini dah masuk level tinggi sikit lah. Ambiguous loss. MH 370 kan yang loss hilang kan? Somebody please update me. Okay. Dr. Yes. Okay. So MH 370, that is ambiguous loss. The person disappear. People, you don't have the closure to it. When you have ambiguous loss, the treatment also will be different. That you will focus on, that the hopes are still there, but you're helpless because you don't know what to do. Okay. So similarly, if somebody left your life, right, but he or she is still alive, that is also considered loss. And that is one of the ambiguous loss lah. Ambiguous loss, kehilangan yang tidak nyata, something like that. I in counseling cases, like one parent, mom, or left the family without any news, kan? That's also loss, right? Ada 10 minit lagi. Any question? Loss of loved ones. Saya laju sikit. No reactions. Are they okay? Need no assistance? No reaction is we have to find out. Doesn't mean that no reaction they're okay. Doesn't mean that they no reactions they are not okay. We don't know that until we'll find out. Okay. It can be delayed. I'm just going to go through this. Some of the things that people do. Sometimes the reaction is delayed, lambat. It can be prolonged, berpanjangan. These are the people who may need help. It can be complicated. When it is complicated because there are other history, risk factor, mood, anxiety disorder, and all these traumatic losses in the past. Complicated grief can also be caused by multiple losses. This is not skills, okay? You lost one person every year, consecutive years for the last 5 years. Doesn't mean that you are more skillful. It can also make it much harder because the person you rely last will probably the person who left finally. So that can be much more difficult. The word moving forward instead of moving on, it can okay, distorted grief. Sometimes you are not allowed to grieve. That's also another example of complicated grief. And grief versus depression, they share similar characteristic, but grief is not depressed. You probably see grief feeling comes in wave, datang dan pergi, but feelings of depression consistent throughout 6 months. Okay. And then the grief ada positive feelings. Once in a while you think of the lost person, the deceased, you feel good. But depression, all throughout the experience, you feel negative. Okay. And your self-esteem is not affected, but depression, yourself, your personality affected. Okay. All right. You can go to the major depressive disorder for DSM-5 and to see, but you also can take a look at this appropriate behavior loss, feeling emptiness. Semua benda yang I've said earlier are actually appropriate behavior of loss. Okay. The thoughts about failing the deceased is also normal. Not visiting enough, not telling the deceased how much they love. These are appropriate behavior. You have the right to feel this way. But like I said, Being here and now as counselors is important. What you can do now, things you cannot change, but things you can do better. Then things you can plan. And I think Dr. Kasih will share what she has done with the kids. Wonderful things, good strategies that she can share, how she helped the children to cope with the loss of the father. Grief is not mental disorder. Grief is not a mental disorder, a disease, or a disease, disease or a sign of weakness. It is an emotional, physical, spiritual necessity. The price you pay for love, the only cure for grief is to grieve. Okay, the grief, allow grief. Hilang tersayang, every loss is unique. Whom the question you can ask is who, the person you lost, how long has it been? Normally in session we'll ask this, relationship with the deceased, the cause of death, age of deceased at that time of loss, because sometimes kita panggil untimely death because it is in our cycle of life, death happen to the old people. But many things death can also happen. This guy during the tsunami lost the children, and quite a number of children, I think 5 children that he lost. So I've talked about multiple losses just now, and these are the things that you need to actually also statements said by people may hurt, because it is painful. The bereaved may be asking themselves, these are the questions. And tell them it's okay to ask this question. Will I ever recover? No. There's no such thing of recover. It's not, you are not ill, you're not sick. Okay, so the word recover kita tak guna dah in grief, dalam grief. Will this be over? Should I move on? You should move forward. Okay. Am I still in denial? Okay, talk about denial with your client, your friend. Am I depressed? Can we respond to depressed, the difference between grief and depressed? If it is true depression, get help. Okay, learn to understand. These are some models in grief, but I don't want to talk about it here. Just for your information, if you're interested, you can actually pursue this workshop on grief and loss later. I'm in this area, the emerging concept of meaning, making meanings, how you make meanings to the loss, so that you can move forward. And I also Prof. Gilbert is my supervisor in my PhD. She was in IIUM for 3 months, and she is actually the person who actually talk about stories and narratives, talking about death and all that, talking about the loss, help people recover. Continuum Bond is class, Dennis class is the person who actually encouraged that relationship with the deceased in a symbolic way. In Islam, we can actually continue having a relationship by making dua, by zikir, by doing sedekah, wakaf here and there for them, so that we can still continue the relationship with the that benefit the deceased. These are the stages that are so famous, but I'm not the fan of these stages. I do agree with all the component here. You do have at the beginning feel denial, you feel angry, you want to bargain, maybe ada depression, a bit acceptance, but it's not in stages. It's not fixed. So there's no timeline that you go through this. In fact, Kubler-Ross is the person who created this. Before she died, she actually come up with this. Same thing, but later on, acceptance and return to meaningful life. So it's not stages. Okay. This is another views about coping, how you invest to the way forward. This is my favorite also, stroke and shot. Grief wheel. Tear is another thing, to accept reality of loss, the task of grief. This one by Warden, if I'm not mistaken. Warden, okay. Experience the pain of loss. Some people don't want to talk about it, but believe me, I just want to share you a story. I do grief workshop with one person who, after he lost his father when he was 17, he was busy studying for SPM, and father died. And after that, she got married and worked. And I think by the time we had that workshop, he was already married with children in the mid-30s. Okay, that was like after 15 years later, he was in my workshop. He never visited the grave of the father, never. Okay, after the death. And he avoided one particular mosque whenever Hari Raya, because the mosque, when he pray, if he goes to the mosque, when he prays, he will see the grave directly from the mosque. So he would pray somewhere else, another mosque. After my session doing art therapy with him, he shared the stories and said, Doctor, next year, Hari Raya, I will go to the grave. I will visit my father's grave. The session helped me, after sharing, helped me finally able to talk about it. I never talked about it before. And sometimes people just need something to help them with certain things. Because for him, it is bothering him. It's okay for us, okay, you don't want, it's your choice. But after sometimes, if it bothers you, you have to work on it. Okay. I also have someone who actually, I do drawing with a plain white paper with crayon. And this one lady actually, alamak 5 minit lagi. Okay. This one lady actually guna white crayon. And she refused to share. Malam tu, dia actually ada reaction. So the next morning, she came to me. Actually, she shared, even with the white crayon. She said that, Dr. Haniza, you know what you did to me? Last night, I had fever, I vomited, I had diarrhea. This is because of your session. So we had to process that the next day. And that's how when you hold that to not to express things, it can actually eating up inside. But Alhamdulillah, she came to me and we talked about it. Growing around grief, people always think that grief slowly gets smaller with time. But reality, grief stays the same. Okay, same size here to grow around it. Okay, growing around grief, same thing here. Growing around grief, same. People expect here. People tend to believe that grief shrink over time. No, grief stay the same. But you see how the bottles grow up? Same thing here. Before loss, after loss, loss happened, and the loss, people expectation is loss smaller, but actually loss the same, but you grow bigger. Same thing with this model, grief small, but you grow. Grief model. Sama lah ni semua ni. Okay, grief across ages. I think I will skip this. Children grieve differently. Skip. Pandemic pun lain. So prinsip membantu ialah you acknowledge the loss, you identify the feelings. These are the same thing that you can do. Allow differences, access to ongoing support. Normally 1 month people will still go and visit. After 3 months, after 1 year, people forget. So please check on them. Okay, keep on coming to them and check on them. When people, they may need you. Sometimes we need people the most when after people, start thinking we are over. After 6 months. Okay, immediate reaction, calm yourself down sebab memang akan lead to anxiety and stress. Breathing technique belajar, stress, grounding technique, coping skills. Siapa yang perlu bantuan? There are people who need, there are people who don't. So you don't force grief counseling on people. Okay, some people not affected. Some people may, like you said, maybe menafikan at that moment, but if they're ready, go for it. Okay, you need to be understood in the darkest corners of experience. Need to talk, need to grieve. Okay, as a counselor, be willing to reveal feelings. Be prepared to share the pains. Speak from the heart. Don't get too occupied with what to say. Sometimes just be there is good enough. Okay, those feeling perfectly natural. PT is the last thing. Appreciate visit, expression of sympathy. Like I said, I nak tunjuk ni lah. Normalize and universalize. Ya, normalize tu maknanya you say it is normal. I think I've said that. No two individual react the same way. Do not say or try not to say. Be strong. You will get over it. Don't cry. Don't worry. Don't be sad. Gosh, that's terrible. Be brave. These are the words. You don't want to see. Kuatkan semangat. Jangan nangis. Jangan sedih sangat. Sabar. Jangan sedih sangat. How can you say don't get sad? How can you stop them from crying? You think it's easy to kuatkan semangat? It is not. So there are so many other things you can say, but the least you can do is be there, be present for them. Okay. Dilemma with spiritual reminders. We are so in our culture, kita memang dalam Islam kata bersabar semua. They know it. And they mention that it is irritating to be reminded as if aku ni tak tahu agama. Okay. So sometimes we say God knows what best for us. God will give you something better. This one, I have experienced someone say, orang tu kehilangan suami, dia cakap you'll get somebody better. What do you mean? How could you say that? It's not your husband, it's my husband. This is the word said by the bereaved wife. Yeah, she's in better place. Of course, she's in better place. Okay, because we don't compare. We are not them. Alright, yang datang tak sama yang pergi. Okay, moving towards the end. Bagi saya 2 minit. Be present and observe the part of experiences in terms, say not to say, tak sama tadi. Biarkan mereka menangis if they cry. You can choose to share or not to share. Crying doesn't mean they break down, okay? Crying does not mean they break down. Make a proper exit. Don't leave abruptly. Kadang-kadang kita yang our own reaction, we want to get out of that system. But please, this is one thing I learned recently. Many things actually I learned, but some other thing I put together is they may choose not to share, and it's okay. Allow them to grieve. Give them the space. Don't ask and expect answers, because you imagine if 50 people visit them, 50 people ask the same question, and it is irritating, it is annoying, and it reminds us. They say that it reminds me more. I don't want to meet people because I don't want to be asked. If they ask, I have to answer. Imagine I have to answer this all the time. It reminds me more the pain. I don't want to be reminded. Be mindful and observant of their reaction. They will share if they're ready. Don't push. So normally kita tanyalah, is it okay to ask them the story? It's okay if they're ready. Is it okay to visit them without asking them? No. Now we have this technology. Call, message. If they don't respond, don't go. Okay? Especially COVID-19. Is it okay to offer help? Yes. What helps them? What helps they may need us. Grief counseling, it is affecting your the minute it is affecting your daily routine, affect your function and role, responsibility towards others. That's the moment you know they need grief counseling. Bereavement group support group is good because the groups grief support group will give you support, sharing feelings, develop coping skill, bagi information, educate, and these are the things that you learn from the characteristics of therapeutic forces by Yalom. I want to skip this about coping because you can learn about coping, but I want to show you the last few slides. Self-care is important. These are some of the things. Ni dah. Ni contoh strategi. You can do clay, you can do centre, play-doh, journal, self-portrait. Time's up, yeah. Okay. Zentangle. Banyak sangat. So go look further. Because definitely ada anxiety and stress that may be triggered by grief, but you learn to help them with self-compassion, self-care for the client and your friends, manage stress, and how sometimes they get overly stressed, learn how to deep breathe and do relaxation technique. You can look further in my thesis, my few journals. If you're interested, let me know. This is my grief support group. Yang
to interrupt.
Yes.
You can make any last word before we end the session.
My last?
Maybe conclusion.
Right. Okay, faham. Inilah conclusionnya. This one is spiritual coping. Zikir, istighfar, ziarah kenalan mereka, ziarah pusara, bersedekah, baca Quran, bersangka baik, konsep sabar, self-reflection and all that. Self-care, you can go, be kind to yourself, urus diri, kawal diri. My conclusion, feelings the same, react differently. Grief is a process, not an event. Grief has no timetable, feelings the same, no deadlines, not returning to normal. Everyone experiencing grief in their own way. It's a very personal thing. No set rules how to grieve. As long as no plan of hurting oneself or others, bereaved person needs time to grieve. That's my life slide. Thank you very much. I made 4 minutes extra. I think that's all from me. I hope you learned something. If you're interested in grief more, you can actually try to attend any workshop on grief so that you can be prepared as professional counselors. This is something that I shared today. I hope all the good wisdom from Allah. Whatever is not quite appropriate, I'm sorry. If I hurt anyone, especially those people who have lost their loved ones, if I say something not quite appropriate, I also say sorry. If you're affected, if you think you need help, please communicate with someone who can help you. I think that's all for today. Thank you very much. Alhamdulillah. That's all for today. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Han, for giving us such informative and interesting information regarding today's topic, understanding grief and loss. I'm sure that everyone right now have a clear view on what is grief and loss. Yeah, I agree that every person grieve differently and there is no set time frame for how long grief may last. Some people may mourn for 6 months, others for several years. There are many factors involved in how long grief may last. It is important to give yourself time to grieve and not to feel rushed to move on before you are ready. Ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of this first slide. Before we end the session, we would like to have a photography session with Dr. Han. So, all ladies and gentlemen can open your camera and we will take a picture together.
Yeah, I need to stop sharing. Yeah? How can I stop sharing? Alamak. I'm looking for a button to stop sharing. Can you do it for me? Lupa lah button sharing. Mana? Mana?
Ada tu.
Okay. Thank you. That's all dah. Okay. Dia stopkan.
Okay, everyone ready? Okay. 2, 3. One, 2, 3. Start. One, 2, 3. Okay. I would like to thank Dr. Han for the informative and interesting presentation and all the participants for the very active participation. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take 5 before we move to the next slide. You can take your meal first or kerepek before we go on to the next slide. Okay, thank you. That's all from me. We will take a break first. Don't forget to fill the attendance. Is it in the chat box?
There's something on my mind, on my mind. I just can't get it right, can't get it right. It doesn't go away, doesn't go away. Even though I try to ignore it, I just want peace of mind, I want peace of mind. I feel like breaking down time after time, and it keeps coming back, always coming back. Hey, all my life, doubting was a part of me. Day and night, I fight my insecurities, asking why am I, who am I just want some peace of mind. And السلام ومنك السلام تباركت يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. أنت السلام ومنك السلام تباركت يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. Oh God, I need your peace, I need your peace. I still believe with hardship comes ease. Make the stress go away, go away. All my life, I know you've been guiding me. You're the one who knows my destiny. I'll be alright, I'm sure that you look after me. You know what's inside of me. And the salam السلام تباركت يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. أنت السلام ومنك السلام تباركت يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. All my life, I know you've been guiding me. You're the one who knows my destiny. I'll be alright, I'm sure that you'll look after me. You know what's inside of me. All my life, I know you've been blessing me. You're the only one who knows my destiny. I'll be alright, I'm sure that you'll look after me. You know what's inside of me. أنت السلام ومنك السلام تباركت يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. أنت السلام ومنك السلام تباركت يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. I know that you could easily take away everything you've given me, and I try to remember not to take anything for granted, 'cause I know that one day suddenly this will all come to an end. So my last wish is for you to be pleased with me. Allah, ya Allah, guide me all the way to your Jannah. Ya Allah, ya Allah, but sometimes I do.
Welcome back. We will start our second slot shortly. I would like to remind to all participants, please fill out the attendance form for slot 2. Now, I would like to pass the floor to Brother Muhammad Amiruddin. Please welcome Brother Amiruddin.
Right, can you guys hear my voice?
Yes.
All right, thank you so much. Alhamdulillah, thank you so much, Sister Huda. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. And good morning to all of the participants today. Thank you also to the moderator, Sister Huda, for her willingness to host the event throughout the day. So guys, how are you guys doing? Are you fine? Have you all eaten? If you are all okay, let's write in the section box, okay. All right. Can I see your chat in the chat box? Okay, okay, I'm fine, I'm great. In the chat box. All right, thank you, Nur Amira. Thank you, Huda Shakira. Fine. Tuan Nurul Nadila. Okay, wow. Thank you so much, everyone that participates and join our session today. So guys, all right, before we start our event today for the second session, let me introduce myself first. My name is Muhammad Amiruddin, and you can call me Amiruddin, and I'm your moderator for our second session today. So today we are very lucky because we are with two great speakers, and we will be discussing a very interesting topic, which is the title for our second slot is Grief and Loss, Face It or Leave It. So for that, let me first introduce our first speaker. So if you want to know, our first speaker for today is a lecturer from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, UKM, and has served for more than 20 years and has expertise in the field of dakwah and Islamic counseling as well as spiritual. She has also won several awards at the domestic and foreign levels, such as the Maulidur Rasul Figure Special Award for Sayyidatina Khadijah category, Selangor State level in 2014. Ladies and gentlemen, introduce your first speaker for today, Associate Professor Dr. Salasia Hanim Hamzah. Give a big applause. Assalamualaikum, Doctor. How are you today?
Alhamdulillah, I'm fine.
Alhamdulillah. Where are you right now?
At my home.
At your home, all right. Thank you so much, Doctor, for having us today. And we are so excited to hear interesting topic and interesting explanation from your perspective, inshallah. And guys, let's move on to our second speaker. For everyone's information, he is also an associate professor from UKM in the Arabic language and Islamic civilization. Yes, all the way from UKM, two speakers for today. For the first slot from UIA, and we hope we can hear so many new perspectives and new ideas from the UKM speakers. All right. So for your information, our second speaker is also a book writer and has expertise in the field of Arabic. Having various achievements from within and outside the country, she is now very passionate in helping people to face challenges both emotionally and spiritually. Introducing to you our second speaker for today, Dr. Kasih Abu Bakar. Give a big applause, Dr. Kasih Abu Bakar. Assalamualaikum, Doctor. How are you?
Waalaikumsalam. Alhamdulillah.
All right. Where are you from?
I'm at my office.
Oh, you are from your office. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Kasih, for having us today. So, guys, I'm excited to hear the perspective from our both speakers today. So before we start our session today, let me give some announcement to all of you so that we can clear what we are going to go through for second slot today. All right. So guys, when you are ready, come on, can you write in the chat box, I'm ready? Our Dr. Salasia and Dr. Kasih are excited to give a big explanation and ideas on how to cope with this kind of challenge. So guys, are you ready? Nur Amira Raihan, I'm ready. Sabita, ready? All right. All right. Thank you so much, Sabita. Amira Nabiha also ready. all of you are ready. So guys, first announcement that I want to give to all of you is to all the guests who attended this program. If you have any question, you can write in this Zoom chat box, or if you are watching from YouTube, you can also ask there. Later, our committee will help to prepare the question to be read. And for the first round, after our first round, we will have our photographer session. So, are you guys okay with that? Lepas kan dah bercampur-campur UKM. After our first session, we want to take the photography session so we can create our memories together lah. Alright, so let's go and move on to the first round, and we will go first to Dr. Salasia to answer our question. Alright, Dr. Salasia, are you ready?
Okay.
Alright, Doctor, as we all know, as a human being, we all have all sorts of sad stories and make it difficult for us all to move on, especially when it involves grief and loss. So this makes a human being finally unable to make the right decision in his life and eventually decides to act on things that should not be. So can Doctor share with us the factors or causes of a person finding it is so difficult to move on from such a sad story? So, Doctor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Brother Amiruddin. You are a good moderator, very cheerful today. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli, amma ba'd. Alhamdulillah, with the best of Allah, we are here today in the seminar on grief and loss, face it or leave it. Alhamdulillah, I am glad to be here. Thank you for the invitation to be part of this webinar, and congratulations also to the organizer, namely Department of Educational Psychology and Counseling Kuliah of Education and Council of Counseling Students, IUM. Before I answer your questions, I also grab this opportunity to thanks to Associate Professor Dr. Siti Khalijah binti Kasim, the instructor of third year students, EDGC 4013. I would like to express my gratitude to Dr. Wan Rusli bin Wan Ahmad, Deputy Dean of Student Development and Community Engagement. Also to Assistant Professor Dr. Norwati binti Mansur, Head of Department, Dr. Salmi Ahmad Sudan, Advisor of Council of Counseling Student, FPK Flagship Project Leader, Sejahtera Jasad and Kalbu, Associate Professor Dr. Suhaila. Also to Dr. Haniza, our first presenter who has presented a very good sharing and knowledge. I'm very excited to hear the presentation just now. And also to my dear friend, Dr. Kasih Abu Bakar, and last to our moderator today. I'm going to share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, Doctor.
Okay, thank you. First of all, there are many things of grief and loss happening in our lives. Grief and loss are actually an important aspect of our life. It is a circle of life. We have to face grief and loss in our life. Grief and loss sometimes teach us about the true meaning of life. And grief and loss also makes us strong to face the challenges of life. Sometimes we realize that grief and loss make us rise after failure. Is it right? And sometimes grief and loss make us to be more appreciate appreciative of relationship, maybe our relationship to our parents, to our friends, to our colleague, and so on. And for sure, grief and loss teach us to value effort and success. Sometimes we get success after we grieve and loss in our life. So before I answer the question from Amiruddin, I would like to explain the definition of sad or grief. Sadness or grief, in Arabic we call al-haznu. This is the opposite of happiness. Happiness, or in Arabic we call al-farhu and al-surur. Yeah. For example, we feel grief or sad when we lost our parent, or parent lost a child, and so on. This question, I think this answer has been discussed in depth by Dr. Haniza just now. But let me share again. I will share with you in the different angle and in the different example. There are many sources of grief, such as firstly, loss a loved one, losing a lover, breaking up due to, sometimes we break to somebody that we love due to various factors. Ini selalu berlakulah kepada pelajar-pelajar, ya, kita kata putus cinta. We say that putus cinta atau kecewa. Saya suka kongsi, ya, sebab ini ramai remaja. So there are various factors kenapa kita losing our lover, because maybe first no blessing from parent, ya. So kalau kita nak kahwin, kita kena dapat restu ibu bapa. Tak ada blessing, nanti kita takut hidup kita tak direstui dan kita tak bahagia. Banyak orang kata kalau tak ada blessing from parents, mungkin kita bahagia hanya separuh jalan. Okay. But sometimes our lover change his or her mind. Ini pun lagi sakit lah, ya, bila dia berubah hati. So sometimes this is because of the rule of the third person. Yeah, I really love him, or I really love her, but my parent don't like him or don't like her. Ini memang satu masalah lah pada kita, kan. Or sometimes at first he loved me so much, but when he met someone prettier or better than me, he changed his mind and left me alone. Ini memang kita akan rasa sangat grief, grief. Dia tinggalkan kita bila dia jumpa orang yang lebih cantik, atau orang yang lebih baik, atau orang yang lebih kaya. There is another person who loved him too and took him away from me. Sorry, I mean, I try to mix when I present this paper. For me, sometimes kita suka dengan seseorang, tapi at the same time another person also love her or love him. So they try to take away from us. So ini yang kita katakan kadang-kadang bercinta bagai nak rak pada tahun yang pertama. Tapi at the final year dia berubah fikiran. This is a true story. Saya pernah mengalaminya apabila saya bercinta dengan seseorang, bukanlah bercinta macam mana pun, kita belajar kan, orang Islam mesti jaga syariat. Macam kita suka dengan dia dan dia suka dengan kita, tapi satu ketika tu kita clash dan dia berkahwin dengan my best friend. Wah, ini satu pengalaman lah yang saya kongsi kat sini. Tak semua orang tahu pengalaman itu memang sangat perit. Sometimes we are losing a best friend forever as a result of the dispute, sometimes because of misunderstanding and backstabbing. At first she or he was very close to me, but after the incident, he or she distanced himself from me. Kadang-kadang kita tak tahu, mula dia okay, tapi sometimes dia terus menjauhkan diri. Kita pun tak tahu kenapa dia buat begitu kepada kita. He thought I have betrayed him or betrayed her, but actually I protect his dignity. Sometimes kita disalah tafsirkan, kita nak menjaga maruah dia, tapi dia sangka kita telah tikam belakang dia. Okay. Best friend is very important, right, in our life. They are the sources of grief. Yang kedua, lost something that has meaningful values in life. Something we lost, something that has meaningful value in our life. For example, loss of job or got fired. Ini banyak berlaku semasa COVID. Loss of life partner, spouse due to divorce or death. Kita tengok juga ada yang kematian pasangan, yang bercerai, loss of family members because of COVID, ataupun kadang-kadang ada family yang lari dari rumah. Itu adalah sesuatu yang membuatkan kita rasa sangat grief. Dan kita hilang, bila kita hilang sesuatu yang bermakna in our life, kita akan rasa emptiness, kita rasa kekosongan, kita rasa macam hidup ini seolah-olah tiada cahaya. Kita rasa seperti kita telah kehilangan segala-galanya. Itu yang nanti saya akan kongsi macam mana kita nak atasi perasaan ini. Okay, the other factors is fail to achieve something that is considered so important. For example, fail to achieve the best result in the exam, and we fail to get promotion in our career. We fail in the interview to get a job. Ini you all akan hadapi nanti, bila dah habis belajar, you try to get a job dan masuk interview, tapi lepas tu gagal. Sometimes you try many times. Fail to perform the duties assigned by the employer properly. Ini kalau kita dah kerja. This is also the sources of grief when the occurrence of something undesirable and very heartbreaking, such as that. The heart is not ready. Kita tak bersedia. Kita tak bersedia untuk menghadapi kehilangan atau kematian yang berlaku, sudden death, kematian yang tiba-tiba, loss that occurred suddenly. And we don't unexpected and sudden loss of something in life. Kita tiba-tiba kehilangan dia in our life. For example, a wife lost his husband because of sudden death, dan dia tak tahu macam mana nak uruskan kehidupan selepas kematian suami yang tersayang, especially isteri yang kadang dia punya pergantungan itu sangat kuat to her husband. Okay, sudden death. Death occurred unexpectedly, such as being involved in an accident. Sometimes dia terlibat dengan kemalangan, jadi kita memang tak suspect lah dia boleh pergi, dan tiba-tiba kadang-kadang pagi tu dia okey, dia salam kita, dia cium dahi kita sebelum pergi kerja, lepas tu dia keluar je berlaku kematian disebabkan oleh accident. Ini banyak berlaku, even kita tengok ada yang pasangan baru kahwin pun dah berlaku. Dia baru kahwin, baru 2 bulan kahwin berlaku macam ni. Ini memang satu very hard lah, satu perkara yang sangat sukar untuk ditempuh. Or sudden death with unknown disease, kita tak tahu dia sakit yang tidak diketahui, and even always look so healthy. Kita tengok dia macam okey je, macam sihat je. Dia bergelak ketawa dengan kita petang semalam, tiba-tiba pagi ni kita tengok dia dah tak ada. Wah, ini memang sangat-sangat terasa kehilangannya. But suddenly fainted and passed away. Jadi kita rasa macam, memang kita rasa sukar. The feeling is different if we face with the death situation that has been anticipated, such as when the doctor informed if the respiratory aid is open, the family is hoped to accept the consequences. Ini berlaku pada ayah saya bila doktor memberitahu bahawa kita terpaksa buka oksigen, dan keluarga kena bersedia. Memang sedih cerita ni pun sedih. Bila doktor beritahu kita boleh kena open dia punya oksigen, dan keluarga kena bersedia. Masa tu kita memang rasa macam wah, sangat sedih dan kita kena terima, we have to face it. Kita kena menghadapi. Ini adalah qada qadar Allah. Or the death of a loved one as a result of suffering from a long-term chronic illness. Kalau orang tu menghadapi penyakit kronik yang lama, tiba-tiba dia meninggal dunia, so kita bersedia. We have prepared for it. Tapi kalau dia tiba-tiba, itu yang kita rasa macam sudden death ni memang satu perkara yang sukar untuk kita terima dan tak terfikir dalam fikiran kita. Orang yang sihat, orang yang muda, itu memang sangat mengancam nyawa kita lah. But according to Al-Ghazali, I want to share the perspective Al-Ghazali, the sources of sadness, so as the sources of grief, due to many sins. Kalau kita tengok, such as doing zina, minum arak, rebellion to parents, derhaka pada orang tua. Ini juga adalah merupakan sebab-sebab menurut Al-Ghazali kita akan merasa sedih atau grief. Lack of religious practices that has been done. For example, we are not khusyuk when we are praying to Allah. Ini kita patut sedih. Kadang-kadang kita sedih kat perkara lain. Yang ketiga, difficult to eliminate the feeling of riya while performing worship to Allah. Sometimes we do ibadah not because of Allah, tapi because of other people. Jadi ini yang kadang-kadang berlaku dalam kehidupan kita, and sometimes kita juga jadi grief, not getting food, health and peace, such as what happened to our brothers and sisters in Palestine. Ini memang menyebabkan mereka akan rasa grief and loss. Okay, itu saja dulu perkongsian saya berkenaan dengan, nanti kita akan sambung semula. Mungkin Dr. Kasih juga ada another thing or another experience about the sources of grief. Thank you, Amir.
Alright, thank you so much Dr. Salasia untuk penerangan dan introduction yang sangat-sangat powerful. Saya rasa bila doktor relate kan perkongsian doktor tadi dengan rupanya ada banyak sumber kesedihan kan. Antaranya bila kita kehilangan kerja, kehilangan cinta, kehilangan kawan baik, kehilangan impian. Rupanya itulah yang membuatkan kita rasa sedih dan rasa kosong. Dan bukan semata-mata sebab dunia, bahkan mungkin sebab lupa Allah. Betul kan? Lupa Allah pun boleh jadi sumber kita sedih. Masya Allah. Baik, sebelum kita beralih kepada soalan yang seterusnya dan kita akan ajukan soalan kepada Dr. Kasih, kita nak move kepada sesi fotografi dulu, boleh? Semua? Kita nak fotografi bergambar dulu. So saya yakin semua dah tak sabar Dr. Kasih. Semua dah tak sabar nak dengar sharing daripada Dr. Kasih. Tapi kita ambil gambar dulu. Right. Okay. So komiti dah ready ke? Alright. Komiti boleh buka mikrofon. Mungkin basis kita. Kamera dan mikrofon. Untuk lead kita. Alright, dalam kiraan 3, 1, 2, 3. Satu lagi, posing lain sikit. Mungkin mini love ke? Okay, mana-mana tak kisah. Satu, dua, tiga. Alright, terima kasih semua atas kesediaan untuk bergambar bersama-sama dengan kita. Baik, jom kita move on kepada soalan yang seterusnya. Dia automatik tukar bahasa Melayu sebab mungkin hari Jumaat kot. Macam tak ada kemana tapi tak apa, saya cuba. Baik, insyaAllah kita akan cuba dan kita akan ajukan soalan pula kepada Dr. Kasih. Dr. Kasih, are you there?
Yes.
Alright, Dr. Kasih. Saya yakin doktor sendiri pernah mengalami kisah-kisah kehilangan ataupun kisah-kisah kesedihan yang melibatkan orang yang doktor sayang dan cintai. Jadi mungkin boleh doktor kongsikan dengan kami bagaimana doktor berhadapan dengan cabaran ini dan pengalaman doktor sendiri bila berhadapan dengan penyakit ataupun kesedihan dalam hidup ni. Silakan Dr. Kasih. The stage is yours.
Right, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih kepada tuan moderator yang tenang. Okay. Should I be speaking English or Malay? Alright.
We can temporization, Dr. Kasih.
Okay. So I'd like to
Dr. Kasih better speak in English, Dr. Kasih.
yeah, I think I better speak in English. Okay, so I would like to offer my greetings to Dr. Siti Khadijah Kasim. I wonder whether I have acquainted with her before this or not. Also to my friend, my dear friend, Dr. Wan Rusli. We have been friends for quite a long time. Dr. Narwati, also my friend, and Dr. Salmi Ahmad Sudan. I look forward to meeting her in person someday. Yep. And not to forget Dr. Suhaila Hussein, who is also my friend, and to Dr. Haniza, my very close friend, my supporter. She was always there for me during my dark days. And to Dr. Salasia, who was also was always there also for me. Right. So you know, my name is Kasih. Okay, so let's see what I have. All right. Okay, allow me to share with you some photos, 2 photos. Will I see? Right. The first photo is this was me when I graduated with my PhD in IIUM. Okay, that's my late husband, who was then Dean of Kuliah Institute of Education. It was not Kuliah yet. All right, and I had 6 children then. My first, second, third, fourth, fifth. Number 3 is now in IIUM also. Okay, in architecture. Right. Okay. Okay, and my husband passed away on 24th December 2010 at the Senate Hall in IIUM. And then I was pregnant with my youngest child, Mazin, who came about after 6.5 months later. Okay, right. So it was a sudden death. I was in Port Dickson having a meeting. My children were with me. And that morning, I took my children to the beach to play, and I had a hunch then. I said, oh my God, this is how a single mother would feel. You know, taking their children alone, you know, on their own everywhere. And when I came back to the meeting that very morning, it was close to noon, then I had a call from IIUM telling me that my husband collapsed and that I needed to come. So it was a very painful journey to the hospital line. Very painful journey. I stopped many times to alleviate my anxiety. You know, so if you see the next photo, okay, the next photo. What do you see? Okay, anybody wants to answer me? What do you see? I can't hear you, Mr. Moderator.
Crash.
Yeah, how bad is the crash?
It's total loss.
It's a total loss. That is how I felt. I think that is how other people felt too. Okay, I can only speak on behalf of widows. Okay, right. I do not know if we feel the same way when our parent die or whatever, but I can speak on behalf of widows like me. Okay. Another analogy would be this. I purposely gave this photo so that you remember. Okay, so when you have a widow coming to you for counseling, you remember that their heart has been crushed like this. So these are like a shattered glass. Okay, shattered glass. There's no way, like you feel like there's no way you can glue it back. Even if you glued it back, it's not going to be the same. Okay, it's very shattered. Okay. Okay, you talk about broken heart, Dr. Salasia. I want to talk about broken heart too. Okay, this is how we feel. Okay, you may think that death of a spouse is not the same as a divorce. Yes, but it's still a broken heart. You are suddenly being left on your own. It is a broken heart. Even in homeopathy, we give the same remedy to those who suffer death of a loved one with those who separated from their loved one. It is a broken heart, and that is how broken it is. Okay, that is how. Oops. Right. Okay. Now, what else did I feel? What else did I feel? Okay, what do you see here?
Dark.
Very dark. This is a very dark tunnel. Very, very dark tunnel. Okay, and what's in the tunnel? These are all the emotions that Dr. Haniza mentioned. Okay, I think I have like more than 100 emotions associated to this grief. That one of the things that I felt for a long time was displaced, macam terkeluar daripada orbit. Terpelanting, you know. Okay, so this is a tunnel. Okay, this is a very dark tunnel. Okay, and what else can I show you? Okay, all right, I can show you this one. Okay, what do you see? Okay, what do you see here? A ship, right? A ship in the middle of the sea, in the storm. That's how I feel. Terhumban, terkiar-kiar, terkontang-kanting, terumbang-ambing, terperangkap, adrift. All these feelings were there. Grappling, adrift, displaced, thrown out, abandoned, you know, trapped. We had all these feelings. Okay. Now, I will talk about, okay. You just want to ask me the experience first, right? Okay, the copy I'll tell you later. Okay, all right. Okay, so we also feel, so can somebody read what I have here? What does this tell you? What does this tell you? Who's that? Nick Fitri. What does this tell you?
Yeah, bring back in the peace.
Yeah, what does it tell you?
With you means like I have lost part of myself.
Yes, true.
And I need it back.
Yeah, I have lost a part of myself, and I need it back. I need it back. Bring back that piece of me that you took with you. Okay. Okay. How strong is this? You lost yourself. Basically, you lost part of yourself. Okay. So, I'm going to be talking about the impact. Okay. All right. These are some of the impacts. Some of the impacts of the death. Okay. It is not just about al-huzn, wal-hazan, and all these things, all the hum. It's not just about the emotional aspect. Okay. We also have other impacts in our life. A death will have impacts on those being left. All right. So, you may have financial impact. A wife who loses the husband who is a breadwinner will have financial impact. Children who lose their father, who brings home the food, brings food to the table every day, and then provide education for them, will have impact. Elderlies, okay, elderlies who depend on their children for livelihood. When their son or daughter dies, they will be impacted. Kadang-kadang ada yang macam contohnya ibu yang tua tetapi anaknya yang sewakan rumah kan, contoh, ataupun yang bayar duit rumah, tiba-tiba anak yang itu mati. Contohnya. Okay, so these are all the financial impacts, okay. And then we have social impacts. Dr. Hanisa tadi dah cukup sebut banyak. Ada social stigma, ada hubungan dengan saudara mara, kadang-kadang ada hubungan yang baik dengan saudara mara, kadang-kadang hubungan tak baik sebab harta ataupun sebab tuduh-menuduh, tuduh seperti engkau yang menyebabkan si Ahmad ni mati. Ada. Benda ini berlaku, bukan tak berlaku. Okay. Ipar dua yang menuduh isteri kau punya pasal dia mati. Can you imagine, isteri tu dah heartbroken and shattered, tiba-tiba somebody datang within days of the death, you are the reason, you caused his death. You know, that is very heartbreaking. Okay. Alright, it may have impact on the spirituality, whether good or bad. Okay, ada yang kata, kenapa Tuhan tak buat, kenapa Tuhan menjadikan macam ni? Kenapa Tuhan ambil anak saya, tak ambil anak orang lain? Ada tau. I've heard this. I have heard this. Alright, okay. Thoughts and behaviours, okay. Macam ada orang yang dia jadi macam dia dah tak nak jumpa dengan jiran-jiran, sebab dia dah tak ada husband. Contohnya dia takut nak berkawan dengan jiran dah. Okay, we have physiological and physical health. Confirm. Dan sekarang you dah you dah lah sedih, and then you nak uruskan semua, rumah, duit, nak cari apa semua, dengan you kesedihan you yang lara itu, confirm akan ada physiological and physical health. Okay, kerja dah bertambah. Kerja dah bertambah. Dulu husband you buat, sekarang you kena buat. Dulu you buat, sekarang you masih kena buat. Dulu you dan husband sama-sama buat, sekarang you juga kena buat. Dulu you tak kena urus bab pusaka tu, bab nak turun naik EPF, SOCSO apa semua, mahkamah dan sebagainya. Sekarang you juga kena buat. So you tengok dia punya kerja yang tinggal dah 4 kali ganda. Dulu you ada sama-sama boleh buat keputusan. Okay, anak nak masuk sekolah mana, Setuju tak menantu yang ini jadi menantu kan? Tapi sekarang kalau salah satu spouse dah tak ada, you tinggal seorang tau nak buat keputusan. That is actually berat. That is heavy. Because kalau silap keputusan, you rasa macam you seorang-seorang yang akan take the consequences. Ya, semua akan suffer consequences, tapi you yang nak kena rectify the issue, okay? It affects your day-to-day living. Okay, I can say with confidence, 100% confidence. Tak ada satu aspek pun kehidupan saya yang tidak terkesan. Not a single aspect. Okay, kalau you kata ada meja tu 5 kaki persegi, tak ada satu pun yang tak terkesan. Gitulah ibaratnya. Okay, then there's an impact on the future as well. Okay, not just the present but also on the future. Alright. Because of this, just too much to attend to dengan anak lagi, macam-macam lah, terlalu banyak sangat impact itu. Kemudian saya kan bersalin kan 6 months kan. Saya juga menjaga seorang ayah yang sakit. Okay, so there was a lot of things lah, too many things. So saya punya numbing itu agak lama. Okay, yang pertama saya punya numbing tu lama. Okay, so dia akan jadi, tak tahulah Dr. Haniza punya term apa, kompleks ke apa ke, saya tak pasti. Yang sebab apa saya rasa tak boleh nak rasa penat. Kalau saya rasa saya penat, jadi siapa nak buat? Saya tak ada orang lain untuk tolong saya kan, dah tak ada mak apa semua kan. Kemudian saya jadi robot mom. You see that robot? That was me. I became a robot mom. I didn't want to feel. Okay. Nanti ada impact lah, so saya pilih untuk, saya salah satu lagi lah kerana saya mengandung pada masa itu, saya pilih untuk menangguhkan saya punya bereavement itu. Menangguhkan, sebab apa? Saya, pada pandangan saya pada ketika itu, okay? Sebab saya tidak mahu kesedihan yang melampau itu mengganggu janin yang sedang membesar. Saya tak nak dia keluar macam tu. Okay, too sad, the boy. Okay, jadi saya pilih untuk menangguh. Maknanya dengan numbing lah dengan banyak je. Positive or negative, I don't know, maybe you can read my book, what I wrote about it. Okay, dah cukup masa ke? Okay, great.
Ada 1 minute maybe?
Oh yeah, I have 1 minute more. Alright. Okay, jadi pain, kuat agama ke tak kuat agama ke, there is pain. There is pain, okay? Dr. Haniza, kes dia mak meninggal, so pain dia cara lain kan. Saya punya pain, okay, macam tu dah saya cerita tadi kan, memang sangat painful. Tapi tak semestinya, kalau perit tak semestinya tak ada manisnya kan. Okay, yang manis tu kita cerita kemudian lah. Okay, walaupun pain, pain is inevitable, tetapi pain tu, dia how painful it gets, adakah boleh kita mengurangkan kesakitan itu, keperitan itu? Dia bergantung, banyak sikit tu bergantung pada attachment atau kebergantungan si mati dengan yang hidup. Wang yang ada, salah satu faktor, you cannot deny money is important. Level pendidikan, occupation, okay, ada kerja tak ada kerja, institutional support, maknanya pihak-pihak kerajaan, ke tempat yang orang tu bekerja contohnya, social culture support, community, masyarakat adakah membantu atau tidak membantu, or are you on your own totally, saudara mara membantu ke tak membantu atau menyusahkan lagi. Okay, yang menyusahkan tu macam tu lah, yang bila bertuduh-menuduh, bergaduh-gaduh pasal harta tu memang menyusahkan betul lah. Alright, okay. Bilangan anak yang ada yang tak ada anak, ada yang anak masih kecil, ada yang anak dah besar, ada yang mengandung, ada yang ada anak OKU, that is even tougher. Alright, okay. Ada yang sandwich, macam kes saya sandwich, sandwich tu maksud apa? Atas ada, bawah ada. Bawah saya kena jaga anak, atas saya jaga ayah. So kita begitu sandwich. Okay. So sandwich, predisposition kita atau pre-existing condition kita, okay, maknanya macam Dr. Haniza kata pernah ada history depression contohnya kan, pernah ada history anxiety, okay, atau macam saya mengandung pre-existing condition, okay. Resilience, kekentalan orang itu sendiri, kan, resilience seseorang yang mana kalau dia memang dari kecil memang very strong, mungkin cara dia berbeza sikit dengan berbanding dengan orang yang memang dari dulu lembek je, kita pun tak tahu dia akan react macam mana lah. Cuma saya nak kata resilience mungkin membantu how kita cope lah. Okay, coping strategies yang kita guna. Okay, growth kita sendiri, kita ni jenis yang stay at the one stage ke, atau kita ni dari segi kerjaya punya growth ni banyak isu dia. Okay, alright, sama ada kita meningkatkan ilmu, meningkatkan kemahiran, kecakapan kan, macam Dr. Salasia kata ada yang tak pernah drive, tiba-tiba nak kena belajar drive kan. Ini ada kawan-kawan kita yang kena kan, Dr. Salasia. Okay, new relationships, macam Dr. Haniza kata tadi, mungkin ibu berkahwin lain atau bapa berkahwin lain, selalunya bapa lebih cepat berkahwin lain lah biasanya. Ataupun ada satu kes saudara saya juga, suami meninggal, mereka di Kuantan, isteri suri rumah, anak 3. Bila suami meninggal, gaji dah biasa besar, bilik anak seorang 1 aircon, tiba-tiba ayah meninggal, balik duduk rumah nenek, berkongsi rumah dengan nenek dan bapa-bapa saudara, bilik sendiri pun tak ada. That is a huge change. Huge change. Alright, okay. New place dan sebagainya. Okay, setakat itu dulu.
Terima kasih Dr. Kasih untuk explanation sangat-sangat powerful. Bila doktor mengumpamakan bagaimana kereta yang total loss tadi dan mengaitkan dengan hati kita yang hancur berkecai, I believe we all can feel how painful it is. And it is contagious, right? Bukan sekadar accident, settle semua masalah. Dia akan affect our financial relationship and our journey to the next kan. So, terima kasih doktor sudi berkongsi pengalaman doktor yang cukup-cukup bernilai bersama dengan kami. So, let's move on to our next question and I will ask to Dr. Salasia. Okay, Dr. Salasia, the question is, as a counsellor, because majority of the participants today are from the guidance and counselling students. So, we as a counsellor, what are some examples of question that we can use to help clients dealing with this kind of problem, and how we as a counsellor can use our skills to help them? The floor is yours, Dr. Salasia.
Okay, thank you, Amir. What are some examples of question to ask to a grieving person? First of all, we have to choose an appropriate time to ask about grief. Yeah, it is not appropriate to ask any question when the death has just occurred and the funeral process is ongoing. Yeah? Masih tengah, orang tu tengah masih sedih, yeah? Masih dalam proses pengkebumian, masa tu sibuk nak tanya, apa perasaan kau? Apa semua benda masa tu tak sesuai. Kita we have to choose an appropriate time. Yeah? Don't force him to tell his feeling. Kita tak boleh paksa dia, ceritalah, cakaplah macam mana dia mati. Masa tu sibuk nak tanya, kenapa dia mati, sakit apa, kenapa dia muda dia mati. Rasa macam nak lempang je kan orang tanya macam ni kan, macam tak faham situasi. Give him time, give him or her time for him to share the story and express his feeling. So kita biarkan je. Saya sometimes kan bila, saya bukannya tak nak ambil berat ya, kerana saya cuba memahami. Sometimes kawan-kawan kita bila dia baru kematian suami saya nak teks pun tak sampai hati. Sebabnya saya tahu pada waktu itu dia tidak perlu ditanya dengan pelbagai soalan. Ya, kita nak teks pun kita kata sesuai ke nak tanyanya. Jadi kadang saya prefer untuk berdiam diri ya, dengan mendoakan dia daripada jauh. Sebab saya tahu waktu itu akan berpusu-pusu orang menghantar WhatsApp kepada dia. Dan mungkin dia pun tidak ada masa untuk menjawab ke semua WhatsApp tu. Jadi saya akan ambil masa sikit, ya. Lepas beberapa masa baru kita akan teks dia dan kita akan teks mengatakan bukan saya tidak mengingati awak, tapi saya sentiasa mendoakan awak. Ya. Dan saya sentiasa bersama awak walaupun kita dalam jarak yang berbeza. Saya selalu fikir sangat tentang perkara itu. Ya. Jadi untuk kaunselor, this is a some question yang kita boleh tanya dengan klien kita. What is the most grief in your life? Ya, kita boleh tanyalah kalau dia cerita kat kita tentang kekecewaan dia. Do you think Allah is fair? Ini pun satu. Kenapa kita tanya? Sebab kita nak diluahkan. Kita lepaskan dia meluahkan. Sometimes dia akan kata Allah is not fair to me. Dia kata kenapa? Dia kata yalah. Kenapa saya? Kan persoalan selalu ditanya. Kenapa saya bukan dia? Kan? Kenapa saya? Tapi nanti saya ada jawapannya. Ya. Have you ever found wisdom on God's destiny or takdir for you? Ni soalan ya. Soalan dalam kaunseling, kita kena tanya soalan yang membiarkan dia bercerita kepada kita. Ya. Kita tak boleh bimbingan kan, kalau bimbingan kita force him or force her untuk menerima. Terima ya, qadar Allah ni tak terima tu berdosa. Ini adalah kewajipan seorang Muslim. Tak boleh, kita kena tanya. You ever found wisdom on God's destiny for you before this? Kita tanya dia sebelum ni, ada tak pengalaman? Kita divertkan dia punya kesedihan tu, kita tanya dia. Nanti dia pun akan kongsi. Ya, saya pernah dulu, saya sepatutnya belajar dekat UIA. Tapi lepas tu saya tak pergi. Tiba-tiba saya masuk dekat UKM. Dia kata contoh, rupanya awak dah temui dia punya wisdom di sebalik kejadian itu. Dan dia kata ya, sebab rupanya dekat UKM ni saya lebih dekat dengan rumah saya, dan bila mak saya sakit, saya ada masa untuk jaga mak saya. Okay. Kita mulakan dengan perkara tu sebelum kita masuk grief story yang menyebabkan dia sangat sedih dengan kejadian hidup dia. So kita tak cari wisdom di sebalik kejadian itu. Lepas tu baru kita kata let us discuss, kita bincang elok-elok. Lepas tu kita boleh tanya lagi, what does Allah give if you are patient with this grief? Kita sebenarnya nak cakap orang yang bersabar akan Allah beri pahala. Tapi kita tanya mereka soalan. So pada saya question is a very strong, it's a very important skill in the counselling process. Question is a very important skill, dan kita boleh tanya open-ended question, close question. Kita boleh tanya soalan-soalan yang terbuka, soalan yang tertutup, untuk kita dalam counselling memang kena banyak soal, sebab dia tak perlu menjawab soalan itu dengan panjang lebar. Panjang lebar itu bukan counselling, itu ceramah. Itu tazkirah. Kita tak mahu. Counselling kita lebih kita lebih nak listening. Kita nak listen. Apa perasaan klien? Do you believe Allah will reward heaven if you are patient? Kita tanya, Allah nak bagi pahala tak? Agak Allah nak bagi syurga tak? Tak. Nanti dia jawab apa? Ya, saya tahu Allah nak bagi syurga kalau saya sabar. So, ya, saya perlu sabar. So, kita tak perlu cakap dengan dia. Kita selalu sebut dia, Allah sees, Allah listen, Allah knows, Allah gives, Allah is fair. Selalu kita cakap dengan klien kita. So dalam situasi ni kita kena sebut ini, tapi kita tak perlu dah nak tazkirah panjang lebar. Kita sebut allazina idza asabathum musibah qalu inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi raji'un. Ulaika alaihim salawatun min rabbihim wa rahmatun wa ulaika humul muhtadun. When disaster strikes, them say, indeed we belong to Allah, and indeed to Him we will return. Those are the ones upon whom are blessing from their Lord's and mercy, and it is those who are rightly guided. So kalau kita ditimpa musibah, kata inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi raji'un. Bukan bermakna kita faham kepada Allah, kita datang kepada Allah, kita kembali. Kembali itu maknanya kita datang dari Allah, kembali kepada mati. Tidak. Maksud di sini lebih perlu diperluaskan. Sesungguhnya segala musibah dan ujian itu datang daripada Allah, dan kepada Allah lah kita minta muhtadun, kita minta hidayah, kita minta petunjuk. Jadi kalau di dalam kaunseling itulah soalan, mungkin anak-anak boleh tengok balik ni soalan-soalan yang kita kena tanya, dan kita banyak bincang. Sebenarnya kita nak klien ni insight, insight. So dia celik akal dalam bahasa Melayunya. Dia celik akal dan dia sendiri tahu apa yang sepatutnya dia buat. Okay. Dan what not to say to a person who is grieving. Ini pun penting. Saya rasa Dr. Haniza juga dah sebut tadi Dr. Haniza pun banyak sangat dia punya tips yang kita dapat, dan kita boleh kita boleh jadikan sebagai panduan untuk kita beri counselling. Avoid asking them to be patient. Contoh dalam bahasa Melayu kita cakap apa? Kalau bahasa Inggeris tu macam lebih sedap sikit tau. Please be patient. Bahasa Inggeris kan. Tapi kalau dalam bahasa Melayu cakap sabar ya, sabar ya. They may be sad or offended by the words as it sound as if they are impatient. So kan kalau kita cakap macam tu sabar ya, dalam hati dia cakap apa? Kau ingat aku tak sabar? Kau ingat aku tak sabar? Kalau kau duduk tempat aku, kau belum tentu lagi boleh hadapi apa yang aku hadapi. So elakkan, jangan minta dia bersabar. Yeah. You did not face the experience, hence you do know how painful I went through all this. Dia akan kata macam tu dalam hati dia. So elakkan. Saya pun kalau kita ziarah orang pergi hospital kan, orang sakit, kita jangan cakap, sabar ya. Kau mana tahu aku sakit macam mana kan? Dalam hati dia, jangan, elakkan. Avoid asking them to be patient. Turn to prayer. Tapi kita kena tukar. I wish you are given patience and strength by Allah to go through all these difficulties. Kita kena cakap dengan dia, ya Allah, aku peluk dia. Masa tak COVID boleh peluk kan, masa COVID tak boleh peluk. Saya doakan Allah berikan kesabaran, ataupun lagi sedap, Allah tambahkan kesabaran. Dia dah sabar dah. Kita doakan, saya doakan Allah tambahkan kesabaran dan kekuatan kepada awak untuk menghadapi kesulitan ini. Jadi dia sangat bermakna. Ini pengalaman ya. Bila kita cakap dengan orang macam tu, selalunya bila saya peluk orang yang menghadapi kesusahan, saya akan cakap macam tu. Kamu rasa dia buat apa? Dia akan terus menangis ya. Dia akan menangis, dia akan peluk kita dengan kuat sebab dia akan rasa kita adalah orang yang empathy. Empathy is very important as a counselor. Empathy. Kita letak diri dalam situasi orang itu. Itu yang saya rasa. Saya akan banyak perkongsian dekat yang lepas ni nanti ya Amir. Tapi saya rasa saya tak ulas panjang sebab tadi Dr. Haniza dah cerita panjang lebar sampai dia pun tak cukup masa tadi tu. Saya akan prefer kepada next question nanti. Kat situ mungkin saya akan urai lebih dalam sikit dari perspektif Islam. Okay, thank you Amir. Amir, you are unmute.
Oh, sorry doctor, thank you so much. Sorry. I'm so excited. Saya rasa sangat-sangat relatable perkongsian daripada doktor tadi, terutama buat kami sebagai bakal kaunselor nanti. Rupanya saya baru tahu kita sebagai kaunselor ni, instead of memberikan arahan, why not kita let them express, biarkan mereka bercerita dan mendoakan, berikan pelukan is much a better way to help them cure from that illness, right? Okay, thank you so much doktor. Sangat-sangat best saya rasa perkongsian daripada doktor sebentar tadi. So, jom kita beralih pula semula kepada Dr. Kasih. Tadi perkongsian daripada Dr. Salasiah, terutama daripada kaunselor macam mana kita nak tolong klien. Jadi kita nak tanya Dr. Kasih pula semula, macam mana Dr. Kasih berhadapan dengan situasi grief and loss ni dan macam mana coping strategies yang doktor gunakan ketika berhadapan dengan cabaran-cabaran sebegini. Silakan Dr. Kasih untuk perkongsian yang seterusnya.
Alhamdulillah kita dapat dengar tadi daripada Dr. Salasiah. Okay, jadi macam mana saya cope Okay, saya pun I must admit that I am a normal human being. Okay, I am a normal human being as all of you are. Okay, as all of you are. I'm not speaking like as a superwoman. You know, some people they call me superwoman. I don't like that because I'm not. Because I am just as vulnerable as other people. And I go through all those stages of grief that was mentioned. I felt all the emotions that were mentioned by Dr. Haniza tadi, kan? Alright. Now, what about the grief? Okay, how do I cope with this grief? Kan? Okay. Saya dapati the people have categorized this, and I think this might be helpful. Although when I practice my own coping strategies, I did not know about these things. Yes, I just did them. Okay. Now I happen to be quite a good strategizer in terms of coping. I happen to be. I was lucky that Allah beri ilham. Okay, Allah beri ilham kepada kita kan. Okay. Jadi one of the easiest things that you can do is self-comforting. Self-comforting atau orang panggil apa ya? Self apa dia? Ada another word for it. I forgot. Self. I forgot the word. Okay, so self-comforting ni, what can help you cope? Again, through your 5 senses. Alright. So for example, looking at photos of the day of the deceased. That is lively. In fact, kami besarkan lagi gambar arwah suami tu, besarkan lagi dan letak besar-besar kat dinding. I know there are some people who don't even allow themselves or their children to see the photo of the dead mother. No, we don't do that. We talk about it, the dead. We talk about the deceased. Okay, besarkan gambar. Okay, blow up, gantung. Barang-barang pun letak special almari kan. Okay, okay. So what else? Okay, selain daripada Al-Quran, I listen a lot to songs. Just now you played Mahizen song. Okay, you know what is one of the best Mahizen songs while I was going through my grief? One was Insyaallah. Insyaallah tu I sang it every day, and don't despair and never lose hope, cause Allah is always by your side. Insyaallah, 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 you'll find your way. Alright, tu masa saya nak looking for the light. Okay, right. Now another song which came later when it came just in time masa saya tengah nak start grieving, and I was started to, because I told you I delayed my grief. Okay, after I gave birth, after I nursed, lepas menyusu, after I nursed my child, then only I started addressing my grief as I should. Then another song came. What was the song? You went so soon, so soon. You went so soon, so soon. Okay, that is another song that I listened to. Okay. Now my son, because I was listening a lot to this Insyaallah, when he was less than 2 months old, masih dalam hari, I think about 1 month, he was already humming the song. His name is Mazin. He was already humming the song, you know, because he listened to it so frequently. Okay, so these are some of the things that we do. Okay, right. You can use some, you know, things yang wangian to help uplift your mood, because it's really very devastating. The experience is very devastating. Okay, distraction. What is the kind of distraction? Okay, for example, doing some gardening, you know, distract you from your grief for a while. But it does. This is coping. These are coping strategies. They are not solutions. Okay, they may or may not be solutions, but they are coping strategies. Okay, opposite action. Okay, for example, you are feeling depressed. You want to lock yourself up in the room. You don't want to meet anybody. I would do just the opposite. Masa itulah saya akan keluar, buka pintu, ambil kunci kereta, pergi drive, jumpa orang. Orang tak cari saya cari orang. Okay, so I didn't have to be alone, right? Okay. So mindfulness is another thing, to be aware, to be present. Mindfulness is about being present. Solat lah kita orang Islam, Masya Allah. We are so equipped. Kita solat. What else? I was with also Datuk Harundin, Tuan Guru Haji Harundin. Okay. So when the group zikir really helped me a lot. Really helped me a lot to go through the grief. The class started just 3 weeks after my husband died. Okay, so benda-benda macam ni lah. This is to be aware of the plan. Tapi to be frank with you, while Hadruddin was teaching, while we were doing zikir, there were times when I wasn't focused. But at least I was there. There were times when I was like just crying to myself. Alright, but I was there. I was not alone. I was with people. I was with people who chanted all the zikir in remembrance of Allah. Man, alright. So that helped. Of course, tahajud tu tak saya cerita lah. Kalau biasanya 45 minit tahajud, after the death it became like 3 hours. Sampai terapis tanya, what do you say to God for 3 hours? I pun tak tahu. Tiba-tiba dah pukul 6, you know. Alright. Okay. Emotional awareness is very important. Okay. It's very important that you know whether you are sad, you're angry, okay, or whether you are feeling desperate, or whether you are feeling bitter. Bitter, you know what is bitter? Marir, kalau Arabic dia marir. Okay, bitter ni somebody does something bad to you, for example, you feel like, you know, bitter lah. Rasa bahasa Melayu dia apa, Dr. Salasia? I don't know the meaning, the word. Pahit lah, pahit. But then do we say pahit?
Murran.
Marir
murran, kulil haq Allah kana murran, pahit.
Pahit lah kan. Okay, so bitterness ni will happen. I can assure you. Macam Dr. Hanizah kata tadi kan, duit zakat, duit khairat pun boleh terlepas. Takkanlah tak boleh consider just after 6 months pun kan, that's the only parents pun kan, banyak-banyak parents pun yang mati lagi kan. You know? So you will feel bitter tau. I pernah jadi contohnya dalam, there was a week when I was doing all these things, I dekat Celcom. I was supposed to only produce sijil mati untuk tutup dia punya telephone line. You know what they say? Oh, Waris, mestilah habiskan kontrak dia. You know? Saya pun dah start cursing. I started cursing. So that means I was feeling very bitter. And another time when I was in some other financial institution pun, there are many experiences dengan financial institutions dan dengan corporate sectors ni yang kita rasa bitter. So that bitterness is toxic to you, to me. So that I don't keep feeling bitter, I stop doing transactions. So kita kena aware, kan? Kena aware apa yang kita rasakan. Kalau tidak, nanti kita terus buat lagi, besok bitter lagi, bitter, lama-lama kita jadi orang yang bitter. We don't want that to happen. Alright? We don't want to become someone worse. We want to become someone better. Okay, baik, kita diuji. Professional support is something that I get from the very beginning. Dari awal, saya tak boleh tidur, I couldn't sleep, so I went to the doctor, I went to the counselor. Alright? Okay, yes. Also my children, like whatever Dr. Haniza said, muntah, berak tengah malam tu semua ada. Every night tak boleh tidur. Menyalin cadar. Every night I couldn't sleep. Every night I was seeing my husband everywhere. Okay, right. There are other spiritual ni yang saya dah cerita juga tadi. Also like continuing relationship, okay. Continuing relationship, like although my husband was dead, tapi there are times when I really need to continue that relationship, especially when it involves my children. So I will write letter. Macam lah dia akan baca tapi tak kan, but I will still write letter. Because I need to express that to the father of the children, no one else. Okay? Right, so that is one kind of things that, ataupun kita ada macam contohnya unresolved issue. Unresolved issue kan, some couples dia bergaduh lah, ada benda tak puas hati lah, tiba-tiba mati. Salah seorang couple itu kan. So this is an unresolved issue. Better kalau saya counselor, saya akan suggest dia untuk tulis surat. Sampai perasaan tu hilang. Tulis. Saya rasa berkajang-kajang kertas. Okay, saya buat. It can be both ways, yang sama ada dia tak puas hati dengan you atau you tak puas hati dengan dia. Ataupun just something that you want to share with the other person kan. You tak sempat nak cakap ke, tak sempat nak buat kan. You remember Dr. Haniza said ada guilt lah kan. Some people ada guilt. Or some people ada guilt sampai jadi depression yang teruk. Sampai lose business dan sebagainya. Okay, ada. I have seen bertahun-tahun on antidepressant. Bertahun-tahun, 5-6 tahun on antidepressant. I have seen that sebab guilt. Okay, so right. Now compensation ni satu juga. Contohnya, okay, this is one thing yang Dr. Haniza suruh tanya saya tadi kan. Like, okay, in my case, my children have lost the father figure. Only the first 2 or 3 boys nampak what is being a father is like. 3, 4 sikit-sikit. Yang lain tu they were too small. Alright, so what did I do? Ini yang saya hantar surat, saya hantar Google form dekat kawan-kawan ayahnya di UIA to all his friends in UIA and people who knew him, or people when they were students or when they were working with him, to write about my late husband, because this to compensate so that my children know who their father was like at the office. Kat rumah I can tell, but at the office I can't tell because I wasn't his co-worker, right? So these are some compensation strategies lah that I did. Okay, there's one thing that we need to know about. Okay, now do I have more time? Do I have time? I do,
Yes.
Berapa minit Okay.
3 minit, Doktor.
Okay.
Boleh?
Now, faith is very, very important for me. And I know if other people of faith, tak semestinya Muslim, including Buddhist, including Christians kan, you will see, and then Christian pastors pun dia akan datang buat melawat ahli-ahli gereja dia yang kematian keluarga dan sebagainya. Okay, to me, just now I showed you the dark tunnel, remember? Yeah, there was a totally dark tunnel. Okay, but having faith allow us to know, to feel that there is light waiting for us at the end of the tunnel and shining our way towards it. Ini bukan kata lepas 2 hari, 3 hari, 4 hari, 5 hari, tak. This is I'm talking about sebelum saya lihat jenazah suami lagi. Sebab apa? Kita ada inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi raji'un. Betul tak? Walaupun saya dalam keadaan shock, walaupun saya dalam keadaan numbing, tapi saya ada acceptance tak? Kan? Saya ada acceptance. There is faith. Faith force you to accept. Faith forces you to accept. Okay. Itulah peranannya. Okay. So it's like the light along the way that shines from the other end of the tunnel. So I look forward to that light. Masa drive lagi nak pergi hospital tu saya dah, I'm looking forward to that light. Okay. Right. Yeah. Okay. Now, let me just share with you. You remember the stages that Dr. Haniza talked about, and she that also is not a believer in that stage, kan? So stage dia asal dia tak denial, anger, bargaining, depression, lepas tu readjustment lah, net acceptance, and then reinvention apa semua kan. The truth is, all this denial, anger, bargaining ni semua ada serentak. Okay, dan pada masa yang sama juga as people of faith, okay, as people of faith, okay, whether we are Muslim or Christian ke, as people of faith, we have this concepts of sabar, reda, syukur, submit, okay, aslim, kan? Okay, right. Okay, so these concepts, what are they? They are actually forcing us to accept, pushing us to accept. Okay, so apa yang berlaku lah, you rasa denial, you fikir sabar, you fikir reda, you fikir syukur, you fikir submit, you tahu itu hak Allah, you know, you fikir anger, dan dia akan, maknanya kita bukan rasa denial tu sekali, bukan anger tu sekali, kan? Dia akan datang dan datang dan datang dan datang. Tapi setiap kali dia datang, kita ada weapon. Nampak tak? Ingat tak kalau arcade game Dr. Salasia punya zaman, tidak sekarang dia tak ada. Kan macam tiba-tiba ada macam tupai keluar lah kan. Dia keluar je, dia keluar je, kita ketuk. So itulah analoginya. Saya cari gambar dia tak jumpa tadi. Itulah analoginya. So dari awal, kita bukan tunggu acceptance kat ujung. Dari awal kita sudah latih diri kita dengan acceptance. Every day, berkali-kali sehari, kita drill diri kita dengan acceptance. Okay, that doesn't mean that the pain is less. No, it simply mean that kita tidak akan engage dalam perkara-perkara yang memudaratkan kita. Nampak tak? Kita tenang, kan? Okay, so apa yang faith ni lakukan ialah kita akan merasa tenang. Kita tidak mengamuk. Ada jugalah, bukan tak ada langsung. Kan tak ada langsung anger. I told you I'm a human, kan? Okay, bargaining bukan tak ada langsung. Kalau ada orang dia bargaining, bagi balik lah anak saya, Tuhan dah ambil, kan. Saya ada juga. Saya kata, baliklah, tengok Dinda, tengok anak-anak. Ada juga saya cakap macam tu, you know. Bargaining lah tu. Baliklah, tiap-tiap malam dia cakap macam tu. Alright, okay. So, tapi kita tenang. Tapi kita tidak pergi minum arak. Kita tidak pergi duduk tepi longkang, mengelamun untuk ketahuan, kan. Kita tidak ambil dadah. Kita tidak buat benda-benda yang akan harmful kepada kita. Itulah bagaimana faith itu penting. Okay, ini adalah saya punya daily strategies. Sabar, stop, sleep, cukup, stand top, pergi sampai office diri tegak. Dalam kereta nangis tak apa. Ke office diri tegak. Masa lunchtime tutup pintu nangis tak apa. Balik kerja nangis tak apa. Kan, I have grieving times. So dengar lagu tu, nak nangis dengar lagu, okay tak apa. But I have grieving times. Bukan saya tak nangis langsung. I smile, you know, I smile with the sunshine. Dan malam kita sleep, kita bangun solat, kita nangis, kita syukur, kita senyum dengan matahari itu. Kan, kita sedekah, walaupun kita rasa kita ada financial issue, mesti juga sedekah, walau sedikit. Supaya apa? Sebab kalau you tak sedekah, lagi you rasa miskin. Syaitan akan menakut-nakutkan kita dengan kemiskinan. That is the shaitan's weapon. Alright. So now one of the things that I ask myself, okay, give me two slides more, is to take ownership. What ownership of what? I am responsible for my own happiness. Tak ada orang boleh gain saya punya kebahagiaan kecuali diri saya. So I take ownership of that. Okay, doesn't mean setiap hari happy sentiasa, but at least 80% of the time happy, that's good, you know, right? You cannot blame anybody for your unhappiness because it's your happiness. You determine how you're going to be happy. You find ways, all right? So questions, okay, my coping strategies, questions that I ask myself. Okay, is what I'm doing helpful or harmful? Is this within my locus of control? Benda kalau kita tak boleh kawal, mulut orang, perangai orang, dia tak boleh kawal, let go lah. Kadang-kadang ada orang sampai memutuskan silaturahim kan. Okay? Banyak kan kes kan? Kes pusaka putus silaturahim. Betul tak? Banyak ah. Okay. Tapi bukan saya yang start. Nah, contohnya begitu. I'm not the one who start. If you yang putuskan, that's your issue, not mine. Right? So, sebab I tak boleh kawal. Dia apa you nak, I tak boleh kawal. What I want to be clear. I did the right thing. Done. Okay? Am I resisting? Adakah am I resisting? Am I protesting? Why do I feel so bad? Is it because I menolak takdir? Kan? Kadang-kadang, semua orang ada rasa resistance ni kadang-kadang kan? Alright. Dah lah saya macam ni. Pagi pula macam ni. Saya ingat lagi dalam tengah-tengah saya susah-susah membesarkan anak saya tu dan jaga ayah. Tiba-tiba ayah kena TB. You know? Saya nak kena bawa pula anak saya pergi klinik sorang-sorang, nak kena buat dekat, nak check sampel dan sebagainya. Ya, masa saya kata, udahlah saya macam ni. Lama-lama kata, Tuhan, ya, give me a house in Jannah. Sampai bagian macam tu kat Tuhan, you know. There are times that I'm tested that way. Kan? Am I feeling negative? Am I feeling bitter? Am I desperate? Kan? Am I feeling victim? What are my resources? Kalau saya rasa saya tak boleh buat sesuatu, then what are my resources? Am I thinking too much? Oh, ni memang berlaku. Ada satu fatrah tu memang, there was a part of it where I was totally paralyzed in terms of making decisions for a long time. The reason was because I was afraid to take the consequences if I made the wrong decision. Okay? All right. What does my religion say about this? Is this bringing me closer to God? This is ultimate. This is ultimate. Okay. All right. So those are what I have. Okay. Ini semua ayat yang telah pun dibaca-bacakan tadi. Okay. That's all from me.
Thank you so much Dr. Kasih untuk explanation yang cukup powerful. Saya ada catatkan dekat sini satu quotes yang cukup menarik daripada Dr. Kasih. Syaitan akan menakutkan kita dengan rasa was-was, tapi kita yang bertanggungjawab terhadap kebahagiaan diri kita. Wah, tu seolah-olah menutup terus perbincangan untuk kita go deeper kepada kesedihan. Dr. Kasih juga berkongsi dengan kita bagaimana Dr. cope dengan kesedihan dengan formula 9S, dengan muzik yang best, distract diri kita dengan aktiviti-aktiviti yang best, dan yang paling penting adalah sentiasa yakin bahawa sentiasa ada cahaya di hujung terowong kegelapan tu. Masya Allah. Thank you so much Dr. Kasih. I believe that everyone who hear your sharing today get a lot from you. So itu adalah perspektif daripada Dr. Kasih. So sekarang kita dengar pula daripada Dr. Salasia. Mungkin ada sedikit berkaitan dengan teori-teori ataupun teknik-teknik daripada kaunseling. Bagaimana caranya untuk kita cope dengan masalah-masalah sebentar tadi, iaitu masalah-masalah kehilangan. Okay, silakan Dr. Salasia, coping strategies from your perspective.
Saya can't hear you.
Can you open your mic, Dr. Salasia? Dr. Salasia, your
Sorry.
Right.
A technical problem. I just want to share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, Doctor.
Okay. How do you tell someone to stay strong after death of a loved one? Ini mungkin boleh kita belajar sama-sama ya. Kita pernah ya kehilangan seseorang yang kita sayang in our life. Ya, apa patut kita cakap saya as a counselor kita kena self talk, self talk. Dia ada teknik, kita kena cakap dengan diri kita, Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala love someone much more than we do. Nanti Allah invited him back, take his soul earlier than us. May his death put an end to his suffering and pain. Kalau dia sakit, kita anggap ini adalah lebih baik, supaya dia tidak terus menderita kesakitan. Nanti Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala replace him with a more blissful place of eternal rest. Ya Allah, kita doakan mudah-mudahan dia meninggal dengan kesakitan itu, Allah tempatkan dia dekat dalam syurga Firdaus, atau Allah tempatkan dia dalam taman-taman syurga di alam barzah. Ini cara kita nak kita pujuk kita punya hati, kan. Okey, ini adalah reminder by Al-Ghazali bila kita menghadapi kematian orang yang kita sayang. Al-Ghazali asks us to imagine that a family is heading for a place that will be their eternal home, ke rumah abadi. Family members who have passed away are those chosen by Allah to go earlier than others. Dia kena pergi dulu. The destination is an eternal place of stay. Hence, no point of feeling sad to be left by anyone who want to go first. So, biarlah dia pergi dulu. Ini sebenarnya kaedah Al-Ghazali tahu. Saya rasa dia sangat bagus untuk kita cuba hayati. With such feeling, it will not be taken as heavy as too sad experience, with such that as he is confident that he will also follow the step later. So kita tak perlulah nak sedih. Kita nak pergi satu tempat. Kita bayangkan kita ni satu keluarga nak pergi Kuala Lumpur. Tapi mak kita ni dia pergi dulu. Dia naik bas, dia pergi dulu. So kita jangan risau sebab kita akan jumpa nanti di sana. This is because death is certain and no one can avoid it. What is different is only the timing. Some are earlier and some are later. Ini adalah kata-kata yang kita boleh pujuk hati kita. Memang payahlah untuk kita menghadapi, tapi yang paling dekat dengan kita ialah hati kita. Hati kita lah yang boleh kita pujuk. Bowlby's, dia ada satu teori, proximity theory explain the 4 stages of those who lost the loved one. Stage yang pertama, stage of shock, denial and stiffness. This is usually occurs from a few hours to a week after death. Minggu pertama, hari pertama, beberapa jam selepas tu, dan kadang immediately kita rasa shock, memang terkejut. Sometimes extreme stress or anger may happen. Macam Dr. Kasih sebut tadi, saya sangat teruja bila Dr. Kasih perkongsian dia itu sebenarnya sangat memberi manfaat kepada kita semua. Bagaimana dia mengumpul kekuatan, dan saya sangat salute bila dia menyerahkan keseluruhan hidup dia. Dia cakap pun rasa macam sedih pula. Macam mana dia menyerahkan segalanya kepada Allah. Dia semayang selama 3 jam. Dia pun sendiri dah tak ingat agaknya apa dia cakap dengan Allah. Tapi saya rasa itu adalah satu teknik yang sangat-sangat berkesan sebab kita kembali kepada Allah. The stage 2, the stage of missing and imagining those who have passed away. Ni kita dah mula rindu, kita mula teringat, terkenang-kenang balik semua kenangan, macam mana kita jumpa dia, macam mana kita kalau duduk serumah memanglah kan, kita kasih kan, rasa macam dia ada kat sebelah, tengok baju dia. Ada soalan tu dekat dalam chat kata kita nak buang ke semua barang-barang dia supaya kita nak move on. So different dengan Dr. Kasih. Dr. Kasih memang dia punya pengalaman experience dia berbeza. Kebanyakan orang fikir macam tu. Baju-baju dia semua bagi dekat orang. Kan ramai orang fikir macam tu, tapi Dr. Kasih tak. Dia tengok lagi, dia kumpul gambar, dia tengok apa hadiah-hadiah yang diberikan oleh suami dia. So kita tak kisah. Itu adalah satu cara. Kita boleh fikir diri kita, kita boleh choose. Which one is better for me, for us. Kita boleh tengok kalau kita rasa buang tu lebih meyakin, tapi saya yakin kalau kita buang pun benda tu remain dalam otak kita, dalam memory kita. So jangan buang, mungkin satu hari nanti kita memerlukannya. Kalau putus cinta tu mungkin boleh lah, gambar-gambar tu kita bakar je. Sebab kalau suami tu lain, ya, suami tu berbeza. Kalau putus cinta mungkin kita buang, kita bakar supaya kita tak ingat dia, sebab kita akan kahwin dengan orang yang sepatutnya kita sayang dan kita cinta sampai ke jannah. Cik Amir, Amir senyum aja tu Amir tu. Okey, yang stage ketiga, stage of confusion and despair of hopelessness. Ni kadang-kadang stage ni kita akan rasa confused, kita akan rasa putus asa. Kita dah try tapi kita tak boleh lagi nak menghadapi situasi ini. Dan stage yang terakhir, stage of cognitive reorganization and self-life to restore his life and self-awareness. Sampai kat sini kita kena tahu apa kekuatan kita, apa yang kita tahu, apa yang kita boleh buat, apa kekuatan, apa kelemahan kita dalam menghadapi cabaran ini. So ini dari segi teorinya, ya. Masih lagi pursuit heart ataupun self-talk, kita harus fikir what we want and what we don't want. Not everything we want is good for us. Mungkin dia tu kita nak, tapi tak bagus Allah kata. Ada orang lain yang lebih baik. Not everything we want must be achieved the best possible. Tak semua kita boleh, kita nak dapat for flat. Tapi kita dah cuba. Tapi Allah kata kau tak patut dapat macam tu. Kau mungkin dapat 3.5 je. Not everything we don't want is bad for us. Tak semua yang kita tak nak tu adalah buruk untuk kita. Kita tak nak dia sebab dia hitam. Tapi ramai orang cakap, orang yang kulit hitam ni orang yang kuat kerja. Orang yang tahan lasak. Banding dengan orang yang kulit putih. Maintenance pun tinggi. Contoh je lah ya Amir. There is thing that is good in our calculation but bad in Allah views. Perkiraan kita sangat bagus. Bagusnya lah kalau aku dapat kahwin dengan dia. Bagusnya kalau aku dapat kerja macam tu. Tapi sebenarnya tak bagus dalam kiraan Allah. Sebab mungkin Allah kata kalau kita dapat tu kita akan riak. Kita akan sombong. There is thing that is bad in our guesses but it's very good in Allah plan. Kita sangka benda tu buruk tapi sebenarnya bagus untuk Allah. Saya boleh share jugalah macam mana dulu pengalaman saya. Sepatutnya saya kerja di Universiti Melaya. Sebab masa tu saya dapat first class. Selepas tu Universiti Melaya tawarkan saya untuk kerja di Universiti Melaya. Tapi saya tak dapat pergi disebabkan saya pregnant. Dan suami saya baru kerja. Suami saya suruh saya pergi seorang je ke UK. Jadi saya terpaksa korbankan tau. Saya tolak semua jawatan dan tawaran itu. Bukan senang nak jadi pensyarah Universiti Melaya kan. Jadi saya tolak sebab saya pregnant dan atas alasan suami tak nak pergi. Dan akhirnya rupanya ada rancangan Allah yang lebih baik. Rupanya saya nak ditempatkan di Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia. Universiti kebanggaan saya. Learning to accept all of his decision is a sign of his passing the exam of real life. Kita selalu anggap kita ni menghadapi peperiksaan periksaan dah nak ujung semester ni kan, nak periksa, tapi kita lupa sebenarnya kita juga ada peperiksaan dalam hidup kita. Kalau kita boleh terima semua yang Allah tentukan, maknanya kita lulus ujian Allah. Ni jarang sangat orang mungkin asa antakrahu syai'an wa huwa khairul lakum wa asa an tuhibbu syai'an wa huwa syarrul lakum. Wallahu ya'lamu wa antum la ta'lamun. Ini yang kita kena selalu pegang pada Allah Ni kalau kita dalam kita nak menghadapi juga situasi kesedihan, grief ni. What should we do? What some uncomforting words kita kena cakap dengan klien kita? Mujahadah. Mujahadah, accept positively, redha with whatever come from Allah. Ini memang first kali, redha, belajar, terima. Sebab tu kadang-kadang kalau kita sakit, kita minta kawan kita, jangan kita mintakan doa sembuh je, tapi kita minta, wahai kawan-kawanku, doakan kesembuhanku dan doakan aku redha dengan takdir Allah. Kita minta kawan doa kita redha. Itu pun penting sangat pada kita. Sebab redha Allah, kalau kita redha dengan Allah, Allah akan redha dengan kita. Redha is proof of a servant love to his creator. Itu tanda kita cinta pada Allah. Kalau kita tak redha, kita marah Allah, Allah lagi akan murka pada kita. Love to Allah made ones to accept positively and hardship and difficulties in facing things that are disappointing. Kita akan menjadi orang yang positif. Bila kita redha dengan Allah, kita akan boleh melepasi sebarang ujian, kekecewaan dan kesedihan in our life. The person who can accept positively or redha whatever come from Allah will realize that all the problem in life are a test from Allah. Mr. cakap tadi ujian, ya. The test is a sign of Allah attention and love. Betul. Saya nak share juga, ya, macam mana kadang-kadang kita rasa grief, kita rasa loss in our life, tapi sebenarnya kita kena ingat bahawa ujian itu tanda Allah tengah lihat kita. Tanda Allah tengah tengok kita. Allah kata, aku nak tengok kau kuat ke tak beriman kepadaku. Ahasiban nas ayyaqulu amanna wa hum la yuftanun. Allah kata, aku nak tengok sejauh mana kau lulus, ya. Sejauh mana kau boleh lulus dengan ujian ini. Jadi Allah tengah tengok kita, Allah tengah perhatikan kita. Maknanya bukan senang kita nak dapat perhatian Allah. Kita dalam dunia selalu fokus pada perhatian manusia. Kita nak sanjungan orang, nak pujian orang, nak orang kata kita hebat. Tapi kita lupa kita sepatutnya minta Allah tengok kita. Jadi ujian adalah tanda, ya, tanda Allah sedang melihat kita. So ada antara lain, ya, comfort words yang kita boleh cakap dekat klien kita, fully convinced in the heart that Allah will reward him for his passion in going through the grief or sadness, ya. Innama yuwaffas sabirun ajrahum bighairi hisab. Ni benda yang gaib, benda yang tak nampak, ini perlu diulang, ya, supaya kita menjadi orang beriman. Orang beriman dia tak pernah ragu atau sangsi. Kadang-kadang berlaku macam hidup kita, kan, kita kata bilalah semua ni nak berakhir. Seolah-olahnya macam kita tak percaya dengan Allah. Setiap masalah pasti ada pengakhirannya. Tengok Dr. Kasih, macam mana Dr. Kasih dapat melepasi. Dan kalau nak ulang, mesti Dr. Kasih tak mampu untuk ulang balik semua tu. Tapi Dr. Kasih dah melepasinya pun. Dan sangat penting untuk orang seperti dia berkongsi pengalaman dia kepada wanita-wanita yang juga akan mengalami nasib yang sama, ya, pada masa akan datang. Okay, realizing that every mukmin will surely be tested. Jangan kita sedih sebab ujian itu wajib. Ya, ahasiban nas ayutraku ayaqulu amanna wa hum la yuftanun. Selagi kita beriman, selagi itu kita akan diuji. Selagi kita beriman, kena ingat tu. Kalau kau tak nak diuji, kau keluar, kau kafir. Tapi ujian mereka tu dia tak memerlukan kepada dosa dan pahala. Tapi orang Islam, ujian itu ada dosa, ada pahala. Dosa kalau kita murka, kita pertikai. Ini salah-salah kita cuba pertikaikan apa yang Allah beri pada kita tu satu dosa. Saya pun kadang-kadang is a counselor, ya. Kadang-kadang, ya, terpertikai juga takdir Allah. Kenapa aku je yang dapat ujian? Kenapa bukan dia? Contoh macam tu, kan. Tapi astagfirullahalazim, masa itulah kita akan rasa, ya Allah ampunkan dosaku, ya Allah. Kita akan rasa, saya kadang-kadang sampai menangis, ya Allah ampunkan aku, ya Allah aku tak patut cakap macam ni, ya Allah ampunkan dosaku, ya Allah. Aku memang berdosa, aku bersalah kerana aku menyalahkan kau, aku tak tahu apakah di sebalik kejadian ini, aku tak nampak, dan pastinya satu hari kau akan tunjukkan kepada aku apakah hikmah di sebalik semua ini. Memang kena. Kadang-kadang saya memang selalu menangis dengan Allah juga bila saya rasa, kenapa aku? Kadang-kadang bila anak-anak kita pun meragam, kan, bila kita ada masalah dengan kawan kat tempat kerja, kadang-kadang kita pun menghadapi masalah itu. As counselor, saya nak sebut juga kepada adik-adik counselor, jangan kata counselor tak ada masalah. Kita memang bantu orang menyelesaikan masalah, tapi kita is a human. Kita sebagai manusia, kita juga ada masalah. Tapi tahu kenapa Allah bagi kita masalah? Sebab Allah bagi kita kekuatan untuk kita kongsi kekuatan itu dengan klien kita. So dalam counselling kita ada self-awareness, kan? Kesedaran diri. Kita ada self-disclosure. Ingat kan? Self-disclosure. Mana kita berkongsi pengalaman kita dengan klien kita untuk. Rupanya Allah bagi kita pengalaman, nanti bila ada klien menghadapi masalah seperti itu, so mereka akan rasa, ya, kalau kaunselor boleh hadapi, tentu aku juga boleh. Okay. Life to be tested. Ya, ini yang saya sebut selalu, inna izamal jaza ma'a izamil bala wa inna Allah idza ahabba qauman ibtalahum wa man radiya falahu ridha wa man sakhita falahu sakhat. Yeah, a great reward will be given to those who face a great test or a great test. Verily, Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, when He loves a people, then He will test them. Yeah, whoever redha with the test, then Allah will redha him But if he is angry, then Allah will also be angry with him. Ni kita takut ya, kalau Allah murka jangan main-main ya. Kadang-kadang Allah murka boleh jadi satu bala satu dunia. Kadang-kadang Allah murka pada kita habis satu bala, atau bila Allah murka Allah akan bagi kita satu bala bencana kepada diri kita ataupun orang sekeliling kita. Jadi redha, belajar redha. Redha itu wajib. Ya. Believing and admitting that there is wisdom behind everything that happens. Ya, macam saya kata tadi, believe that there is a wisdom behind everything that's happened. Kita kena ingat dan percaya, tak apa. As a counselor, bila saya dah tua, umur 52 dah tahun ni, terima kasih. Saya sangat percaya, ya, semua yang berlaku pasti ada hikmahnya. Cuma hikmah tu kita tak nampak sekarang. Kita memang tak nampak, Allah hijab sebab Allah nak uji kita sabar ke tak sabar. Kita redha atau tidak redha. Tapi selepas 5 tahun, mungkin 10 tahun, ataupun mungkin selepas kita mati, ataupun sebelum kita mati, baru kita nampak apa hikmah di sebalik kejadian itu. Macam contoh kita kecewa tak dapat kahwin dengan dia, kita cinta tu. Sebab tu orang remaja, ya, kalau bercinta jangan beri sepenuh hati sehingga diijab kabul. Ini pesanan daripada penaja. Jangan cinta sepenuh hati, sebab kalau cinta sepenuh hati nanti mana lagi baki tu nak bagi kalau kita kahwin dengan orang lain. Nak move on susah pada waktu itu ya. Jadi cinta kerana Allah, kita letak cinta kat dia tu, kita tengok dia okey, dia boleh bawa aku ke syurga. Jadi kalau misal Allah tak takdirkan, itu adalah yang terbaik. Mungkin banyaklah contoh-contoh kawan saya tengok bagai nak raai masa jadi student bercinta, lepas tu bila dah kahwin bercerai. Dah umur 40 tahun baru bercerai. So ada hikmahnya kalau kita tak kahwin dengan dia. Mungkin kalau kita kahwin dengan dia, kita lah yang jadi duda, jadi jandanya kan. Contohlah macam tu. It is very true to say, ini Al-Ghazali it is very true to say that everything that Allah created has its wisdom, and Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala did not create something unless there is favor or blessing or ni'mat, either to all his servant or to some only. Jadi kita kena tahu, semua tu ada nikmat. Di sebalik ujian, di sebalik kesedihan akan ada nikmatnya. Macam Dr. Kasih, saya rasa dia dah dapat rasa nikmat itu. Dia dah rasa nikmat itu apabila dia berkongsi dengan orang yang memerlukan. Dia akan rasa macam mana dia punya sharing tu adalah satu nikmat. Bila kita tolong orang lain, itu adalah satu nikmat. Nikmat tu tak boleh nak cakap, itu juga sedekah. Sedekah kita kepada sahabat kita sesama Islam ya, atas ukhuwah. Jadi ada masa lagi ke Amir? Kita dah habis dah Amir kan ni?
Kita sebenarnya ada banyak soalan dekat chat box. Jadi kejap lagi kita beralih kat sana pula.
Okey, tapi ini saya ringkas saja ya. What should strengthen our soul? Kita enhancing our worship, solat kita jaga, banyakkan istighfar sebab Allah akan beri kita ni ya, ja'alallahu min kulli dhikin makhraja. Ni kalau kaedah lah ya, istighfar banyak-banyak. Okey, ingat Allah tu macam Dr. Kasih pun dia kata solat malam, zikir, selawat. Ini memang kaedah yang saya tak boleh nak uraikan panjang-panjang. Mengharap pada Allah, bersyukur dengan Allah, and keep busy with helping others pun salah satu cara ya. Kita cuba tolong orang lain yang menghadapi kesusahan dan kesedihan. Jadi pada saya, kita kena balik juga kepada pendekatan agama dalam counselling. Memang all these kinds saya practice ya, dan memang ada kesan positif lah kepada klien-klien saya bila diorang buat bangun malam macam Dr. Kasih. Dr. Kasih pun akan saya kongsikan juga pengalaman dia kepada klien-klien saya untuk beri motivasi kepada mereka bahawa bangun malam dekat diri dengan Allah itu adalah salah satu kaedah yang sangat efektif. Okay, thank you Amir.
Terima kasih Dr. Salasia, such an insightful sharing daripada doktor, dan ada sedikit highlight sebab saya sekarang ni bersama dengan kawan-kawan saya juga doktor dalam bilik. Jadi bila doktor kata kalau sayang jangan sayang sepenuh hati, biarlah sayang kerana ilahi. Saya nampak ada air mata taubat daripada mereka doktor. Okey doktor, Dr. Salasia dan Dr. Kasih, kita ada lebih kurang 20 minit lagi, lebih kurang 12.40 kita akan tamat. Jadi kita akan beralih soalan kepada audiens pula, dan insyaAllah kita akan gila-gilakan Dr. Kasih dan juga Dr. Salasia. Are you okay with that? Baik, kita pergi kepada Dr. Kasih terlebih dahulu. So ada soalan personal terutama berkaitan dengan anak-anak doktor. Katanya daripada Nur Ain Natasha. Doktor, in the beginning, how was your children's reaction or acceptance when they heard about their death, especially the young and small child, and how are they now? Mungkin doktor boleh berikan lebih kurang 3-4 minit untuk menjawab soalan macam ni. Silakan doktor.
This is very interesting sebab ini adalah grief kanak-kanak yang jarang orang bincangkan sebenarnya kan. Jadi grief kanak-kanak ni nombor satu sekali saya kena mengakulah anak saya yang besar-besar sikit dia model saya. Dia model saya. Jadi bila saya tidak menangis, bila saya tenang melihat jenazah, menerima berita dan melihat jenazah semua tu, mereka pun begitu. Mereka mungkin menangis sedikit saja tapi mereka compose lah. Kita kata they stay composed. Sebab saya stay composed. Alright, okay. Yang tu yang pertama saya kena bagi tahu lah. Yang kedua, anak yang kecil-kecil. Anak yang kecil-kecil sebagaimana yang Dr. Haniza cakap tadi. Saya pun masih tak faham. Saya kata, kenapa ni? Tiap-tiap malam muntah. Tiap-tiap malam muntah, berak kat katil, kencing, berak every night. And that went on like for almost 2 weeks. You know? Dah lah kita memang tak boleh tidur setiap malam kan. Kita sendiri pun dah tak tidur tu melayan tu. Siang lagi nak pergi kerja lagi semua kan. Memang susah. Jadi saya kalau Dr. Hazir sebab dia confused. What is happening? What is happening? They are trying to process what is happening. Kan. Jadi benda ni kita kena faham. Ada yang tak nak pergi sekolah kan. Mengamat tak nak pergi sekolah semua. Jadi benda-benda ni kan adalah amat penting untuk kita faham apakah tanda-tanda grief anak-anak ni. Apakah simptom-simptom grief. Bukan kita je yang sedih. Anak tu sedih juga. Kan. Bukan kita saja. Ada anak yang dia tak nangis sebab maknya nangis. Ada yang anak dia tengok maknya asyik nangis pun dia tak nak cerita juga. Jadi kan saya susah nak cakap kita patut nangis ke, kita tak patut nangis ke, ataupun kita patut nangis sama-sama ke. It's actually very difficult for me because I'm not a crier. I am not a crier. Okay. So I didn't do that so that bukanlah saya tak menangis supaya mereka tidak menangis, tapi sebab I am just not a crier. Alright. I have private times to cry. Okay. Alright, itu satu perkara. Yang kedua, saya nak kongsi pengalaman sahabat-sahabat lain. Kita jangan terkejut kalau kita tengok ada anak-anak yatim yang kehilangan ayah atau kehilangan ibu. Mereka memberontak. Mereka memberontak dengan ibu yang dah lah ibu tu susah payah kan nak besarkan dia. Hempas pintu, cakap kasar-kasar dengan ibu, pergi hisap rokok lah, vape lah dan sebagainya. Lari dari rumah, ugut mak, ugut ayah. Kalau mak kahwin lain saya bunuh diri. Ada. I am talking real. This is what I have heard. Okay. Now, all this to me, all this anger and this rebellious behaviors kan, dan compliant, tak nak ikut cakap mak apa semua ni, saya syak lah, wallah alam sebab saya tak pakar bidang kaunseling psikologi ni, memang saya bukan bidang saya. Saya syak ada kaitannya dengan grief mereka tidak their grief is not addressed. Their grief is not addressed. She said, who understands my feeling? Agaknya kan bagi mereka kan. Nobody ask me how I feel, what I feel. And then you come and say, oh orang baik mati cepat lah. Anak saya dia tanya tak anak saya. Dia tanya, kalau orang baik mati cepat, masa Abdul Basit 6 tahun. Kalau orang baik mati cepat, habis kenapa semua orang ni tak mati? So I tak payah jadi baik lah nanti I mati cepat. You know, things like that. Okay. Ada budak dia tidak dari segi behavioral tapi dia jadi penyakit-penyakit. Ini pun ada sahabat kita Dr. Salasiah kan yang anak dia develop very chronic diseases kan. Very chronic diseases sampai tebuk-tebuk sana tebuk sini sebagainya kan. Dia jadi jangkitan pada saraf otak, pecah pintu. Dia bukan sebab dia tapi dia makan dalam. Physiological and physical dia makan dalam. Tapi bila kita pergi jumpa kadang dia tengah tak apa-apa sedar. Abah dah mati ya. Okay. And then we have to be very definite. Macam ada yang anak lari keluar dari sekolah, cari abah, lari sampai ke tengah jalan. Ni semua kawan-kawan kita orang juga kan yang berlaku kan. So kita kena definitif. Macam saya ni anak saya tanya, dia kata masa tu anak saya nombor 6, 3 tahun. He was 3 years old. He kept asking, bila ayah nak balik ni? Mula-mula kat kubur dia tanya, ayah tidur dalam kubur? Tu kat belakang UAE tu. Ayah tidur dalam tanah? Dia tak ada dalam kubur. Tidur dalam tanah? Macam mana ayah nak pergi kerja? Dia tanya masa dia 3 tahun. And then every day he was asking, bila ayah nak balik ni? Bila ayah, kenapa ayah tak balik-balik ni? So every day saya akan beritahu secara definitif. I will tell him straight in his face. Every day, single day. Ayah cannot come back. Ayah will not come back. Even if he wants to come back, he cannot come back. I tell him every day. After the 7th day, dia pergi menghadap dinding. Dia tak nak cakap menghadap muka saya, dia menghadap dinding. Dia kata, okey lah, tunggu bonda lah pula. It's very sad, must be very sad. So one of the things that I did, was to send all my children to therapy early on after the death. Sebelum saya sendiri pergi, saya sebenarnya hantar anak-anak saya dulu untuk play therapy and send therapy. Apa-apa lah, whatever lah works for them kan, I just send. Okay, so that I can tell you, tapi dia punya impact is not just 1, 2, 3 years. Dia punya impact tu berpanjangan sebab selagi mereka membesar, lagi itulah dia akan, we miss lah. Macam for now, I cannot tell them what to be a man is like because I'm not a man. I can't tell them, you know. I can't tell them how to be a good worker at the office, you know, how to model, you know, because I that's why I minta orang sahabat-sahabat itu di UAE beritahu anak-anak saya what was their father like, so that they know him, although they've never met him, although they never see him at this work, at work. Right? These are some of the things that we need to do to compensate, because I cannot be the father no matter how I struggle to be. I'm still not the father. I don't even know how to challenge them the way their father did, because I'm a mother. A mother is always that unconditional love. Kan? For father, I want to earn your love, kan? Dengan father kan, I want to earn your love, I want to look good in front of you, I want to look competent in front of you. So they're missing that. They are missing that. Right. So these are some of the issues that we have. Okay. So okay, I would like to share with you. Okay, I would like to share with you. If you would watch Netflix, I'm not promoting Netflix. I'm just promoting some stories. Okay, that if you want to further understand what grief is like, what the behaviors are like, you know, there are some movies like, for example, We Bought a Zoo. Kita beli satu zoo. Okay, dulu saya tengok CD je, sekarang saya rasa macam ada kat Netflix je. Alright. There's another one, I cannot remember the name of it. Okay. Saya baru je tengok. Jangan nanti saya ingat, saya bagi tahu lah. Okay. There's another one pasal Spanglish? Is it Spanglish? No, there's another one. Okay, you will see macam mana the father reacts to the death of the mother, how the children react to the death of the mother. Anak sampai akhirnya, help me! Ya, tak ada. Bapak pun dalam dia punya own world, mak kalau ayah mati pun mak dalam own world dia, grappling nak buat urusan rumah tangga kan. Kita selalunya terabai anak kita punya grief. So this, okay, there's another party that you need to know. Bukan saja katalah one man dies, so you have the wife yang jadi balu dan juga anak-anak yatimnya kan. Okay, I must tell you that there are other people who are also affected. So banyak kes saya tengok ada yang balu yang anak kecil ataupun duda yang anak kecil, ibu bapanya terpaksa berpindah dari kampung duduk bersama mereka di bandar sampai anak-anak mereka besar tau. It's not that datang seminggu, 2 minggu. They live for years. Dan mereka ni kalau kita pergi rumah mereka yang peluk kita. Dia orang pun ada grief. They are affected. Their life is impacted by that death. Walaupun bukan bloodline dia. So this happens. Dan memang saya rasa diorang selalu perlu pegang tangan saya nak beritahu, nak cerita betapa besarnya pengorbanan mereka itu. Dan keperitan yang mereka, they have to tinggalkan habitat dia. Okay. So this is another, I think somehow neglected jugalah. Dalam grief issue ni. Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much Dr. Kasih. Saya dapat highlightkan kat sini. Yang pertama adalah modeling. Anak ikut macam mana mak ayah dia respon kan. Yang kedua, play therapy itu membantu anak-anak doktor, and saya yakin perkara-perkara ini boleh kita aplikasikan sama-sama insya-Allah. Baik Doktor Salasia, kita cuma ada 10 minit saja lagi. So saya mungkin akan tanyakan satu soalan terakhir kepada Dr. Salasia untuk membantu rakan-rakan kita yang sedang menonton. Baik, soalan daripada Tuan Nurul Nadila. Soalannya adalah, there is my friend who have overprotective parents. she also growing up with negative vibes such as maki hamun from their parents maybe, body shaming and etc. Thus, she felt she lost from her mother love. What do you think, doctor?
Okay, dalam kes ni, yang maki hamun tu mak dia atau family dia? Dia lost from her mother love tu sebabkan mak dia suka maki hamun dia ke? Dia rasa begitu ke?
Okay, macam mana? Mungkin
Betul tak?
her mother.
Mother
Mother
okay.
dia. Yeah.
Okay, dia cerita pasal mak ni kan. Mak ni, dia kalau maki hamun ni, kalau according to Al-Ghazali, dia ada banyak factors ya. Kita bercakap kasar. Ya, kadang-kadang disebabkan oleh kebiasaan. Ya, mungkin mak bapak dia pun mungkin nak, kalau kata orang Melaka, marah pula orang Melaka. Sebenarnya kau Melaka je cakap kasar ni ya. Dia bergantung kepada keturunan, didikan daripada ibu bapa. So kalaulah ibu bapanya memang ada attitude macam tu ya, suka maki hamun, marah-marah, sehingga kan ada anak merasakan bahawa ibu atau bapa tidak menyayangi mereka, saya rasa anak-anak ini patut memahami personality ibu bapa. Ya, memahami our parent personality. Sometimes mak bapak kita ni dia marah kita sebab dia sayang kita. Dia membebel memang sebab sayang. Dr. Kasih pun pernah jadi mak kan. Kita tak pernah marah anak kita sebab kita tak sayang. Saya cakap sebagai mak lah. Kalau anak saya salah, saya memang marah dia. Memang kadang-kadang tu adalah tercakap perkataan yang agak kasar. Tapi lepas tu kita kena pujuk dia balik. Sorry, mama tercakap agak kasar dengan kamu. Tapi mama tak ada maksudkan begitu. Mama bercakap ketika mama marah. Tapi ibu bapa kena faham juga. Ibu bapa kena faham, anak juga kena faham. So dalam situasi ini, buang je perasaan, betul ke mak tak sayang? Jangan fikir begitu. Sebab kalau kita fikir begitu, kita akan lari dari rumah. Ya, kita akan tinggalkan keluarga kita. So sebenarnya kita cuba baik sangka, mungkin ibu bapa kita juga stres, ya, sehingga dia tercakap perkataan yang bukan-bukan. Kita maafkan ibu bapa kita. Kita maafkan. Jangan lari dari rumah. Sebab ibu bapa adalah satu anugerah yang sangat berharga dalam hidup kita. Ibu bapa bukan pilihan kita tahu. Kita tak boleh pilih ibu bapa kita. Memang Allah dah tentukan untuk kita. Dia adalah mak kita. Dia adalah ayah kita. Bukan macam kita boleh pergi kedai, kita nak beli bunga warna apa, kuning, merah, biru apa semua kan. Tak. Ibu bapa adalah Allah yang pilihkan. So kita kena terima. Pada saya jangan sangka buruk, tapi ibu bapa juga harus mengubah. Kalau dia dah tersalah cakap macam saya dan rakan-rakan saya pun, saya selalu ingatkan, kalau kita tersalah cakap dengan anak, cepat-cepat kita minta ampun dengan Allah. Kita bertaubat dengan Allah. Takut yang kita cakap tu jadi betul. Itu sangat-sangat kita takuti sebab orang selalu cakap maki hamun tu adalah nanti jadi satu doa. So kita kena ingat yang itu, kita kena positively. Tapi kalau dia tak boleh tahan juga, better dia bincang dengan mak bapak dia. Kalau dia tak boleh tahan sangat, lagilah remaja ya, remaja masih kecil-kecil dulu mak marah tak apa. Tapi bila ada mula masuk alam percintaan, perasaan dia jadi lain. Dulu mak bapak maki hamun tak apa, bila dia ada somebody love him, love her, so dia mula rasa cepat dia tersinggung. Mak dia cakap kasar sikit pun dia dah nak terasa. Sebab ada orang sebelah sana tidak layan dia macam tu. Jadi dia pun mula membandingkan antara kasih sayang kekasih dan kasih sayang bapa. Jadi insya-Allah ya, bagi anak-anak yang ada perasaan macam itu, bincang pun bagus dengan bapa. Boleh tanya, mak tak sayang saya ke? Buat-buat biasa-biasa je. Mak tak sayang saya ke? Kenapa mak suka marah saya? Kalau ataupun sebagai itu kita pergi jumpa mak kita. Ataupun mak kita boleh cakap, mari sini mak nak cakap dengan kamu. Ibu bapa kena selalu bercakap dengan anak-anak. Tapi kalau dia orang tak nak, jangan paksa, bagi dia masa. Saat bila dia dah bersedia nanti kita boleh cakap. Okey Amir, itu saja mungkin jawapan saya.
Terima kasih Dr. Salasia. Antara tips yang Dr. kongsikan sebentar tadi adalah bilang kejap Dr. Yang pertama adalah faham personality dan yang kedua adalah cuba berbincang dengan parents. Dan saya cukup tertarik dengan kata-kata doktor tadi, iaitu kita tak boleh pilih parents kita, tapi kita boleh pilih parents kepada bakal anak-anak kita.
Ini dah pergi jauh dah.
Ada satu perkara lah nak tambah yang Salasia cakap tadi kan pasal isu hubungan anak. It's a very important issue. Kan? It doesn't matter father with the children or the mother with the children, kan? Especially after they are being single parents. Kan? Right. one, counselors must check. Is the mother or the father, the surviving parent, becoming bossy, becoming too dominant, becoming angry, becoming abusive? That you have to check. How are you with your children? Because we have the tendency to become that. Because we are too stressed, right? We are too stressed. We can at any time fall into that trap, right? Yeah. Then another thing is yeah, I forgot. My memory declined. Okay, all right. But I gave you the name of it. The other drama is called Northern Rescue. Tapi yang tu dia tak, I think dia boleh capture about 1% je lah of what we go through actually. But still is something you can remember lah, because when you watch something, right? Okay. Yeah. The other one I want to say was when as single parent, one of the things that you can sort of suggest to the single parent is to review the expectations of the children. Sometimes I pun anak selalu yang anak sulung lah yang jadi mangsa, selalu anak sulung. Kan? Betul Dr. Salasia? Kan? Okay. Anak sulung trial. Trial kita anak sulung dia guinea pig. Okay. Then from the anak sulung we realise our mistakes.
Yeah, betul.
Okay. Jadi as I grow older and older kan, I think I lower and lower my expectation. Bukan I compromise, tapi sebenarnya there is another thing that I really need to take care of, which is the harmonious nature of the relationship. It's no use you enforcing the regulation when you strain your relationship. Asal dia tak buat dosa-dosa besar, asal dia tak harm diri dia, then we have to go somewhat easy. Tak boleh rigid sangat. Keep your rules basic. Right.
Alright, thank you so much Dr. Kasih for the additional info just now. Rasanya sebenarnya terlalu banyak perkara kalau kita nak kupas daripada segi parenting styles, daripada segi education, culture di rumah dan pelbagai lagi. Dan untuk itu kita ada lebih kurang 4 minit, Dr. Salasia dan Dr. Kasih. Saya berikan ruang kepada Dr. Salasia dan Dr. Kasih 1 minute for each person untuk concludekan pesanan kepada kami yang mungkin berhadapan dengan masalah ataupun kepada kaunselor yang akan berhadapan dengan klien sebegini. Dr. Salasia?
Saya try first is to make a conclusion. Finally, we do have to face grief. We cannot run away from grief. Yeah? We have to believe that Allah always with us. Yeah? La tahzan, inna Allaha ma'ana. We have to believe that this grief will end, and time will end it. Yeah? Masa akan menentukannya. Yeah? Just patient and try harder to move on. Every grief have a full stop. Ya, setiap kesedihan ada titik noktahnya. Ya, Allah will help us, as Allah said in Quran, wa may yattaqillaha yaj'al lahu makhraja, surah At-Talaq ayat 2, and whoever taqwa of Allah, he will make for him a way out. So itu jelah conclusion dari saya untuk anak-anak yang bakal kaunselor. Untuk anak-anak bakal kaunselor, sebenarnya anugerah Allah ya menjadi seorang kaunselor. Sebab saya bersyukur jadi kaunselor sebab saya banyak belajar daripada buku dan saya banyak belajar daripada pengalaman klien saya tentang makna kehidupan. Bukan saya memberi bimbingan kepada mereka, sometimes saya dapat pengalaman hidup daripada mereka. Dan saya sangat bersyukur sangat dengan kejayaan ini, walaupun jadi pensyarah tapi jadi kaunselor masih buat praktis ya, dan saya bersyukur sebab Allah banyak bagi saya pengalaman yang berganda-ganda daripada orang lain melalui pengalaman orang-orang lain. Jadi mudah-mudahan semua maju jaya. Terima kasih sekali lagi atas peluang ini. Saya sangat gembira dapat berjumpa dengan semua orang, especially dengan moderator kita yang sangat ceria. Terima kasih Dr. Kasih juga. Saya banyak belajar daripada Dr. Kasih dan mudah-mudahan Allah memberkati semuanya. Sekian dulu.
Terima kasih Dr. Salasia. Dr. Kasih?
Yeah, right. Saya rasa Dr. Haniza and Dr. Siti Khalijah, Dr. Hajah pun anda semua kan what your counselors need to do then. But so itu bukan bidang saya. Cuma I can share with you what I find helpful. What I find most helpful from my counselors is when they validate that what I'm doing is the productive thing to do. Okay, because kadang-kadang kita ada ragu. We are not sure. We are trying. We are just coping with the situation kan. We are just coping with the situation. So kita tak pasti. So when the counselor validates that, cuma bila counselor kan rasa nampak benda tu product, you can say you can do more of this when it's suitable. Okay, yang tu yang kadang saya tak dengar counselor cakap. You know, so it's true. It's true, right? Yeah, I mean when it's suitable lah. Okay, supaya kita faham. Okay, I can repeat this strategy because it has worked for me. Right? Okay, so that is one important thing. Number two, when we are being tested with very, very devastating events, you know, right? Sometimes kalau kita tidak bergerak, sebab ada orang tanya tadi pasal future macam mana, kan, you don't worry about your future, you don't know what it's going to be, kan. But kalau kita diuji, mana kita ada banyak pilihan sebenarnya. Sama ada kita nak regress selama-lamanya. Okay, yang itu maknanya kita akan masuk bawah dalam telaga, tak keluar-keluar, duduk dalam telaga. Alright, ataupun kita boleh pilih untuk survive. Dan ada juga orang yang dia boleh thrive. Thrive tu maknanya dia boleh excel. Okay, I'm not there yet. I'm not even there at thriving. Saya tak sampai lagi kat thriving. Kalau setiap kali saya cuba thrive, saya crash. Setiap kali saya cuba crash, ada benda belum selesai lah. Kan tak masa lagi, bukan masa lagi, but it's okay. It's okay. Asalkan kita tidak duduk di bawah telaga yang gelap selama-lamanya. Kalau kita perlu berdiri tegak tengah macam air termenung tu pun it's okay. Kalau kita boleh take baby steps pun it's okay. You know? So kalau saya dalam survival mode, lama dah saya dah macam lamanya dalam survival mode, 10-11 tahun dah survival mode je. Tak boleh nak thrive lagi kan. But it's okay. And no, we bila keadaan kita dah berubah kan. Keadaan kita dah berubah. Our life is affected. Our wire pun damage juga. Bukan tak damage. You know? My life, I'm not the same. I'm not the same person. I may grow in some ways, but I may not grow in some other ways. You know? Okay? I'm not the same. So expectation, walaupun orang lain letak you expectation kat you macam ni, KPI mesti begini. Mind you, kalau saya tak boleh achieve, I don't care. You know why? Because that I have to redefine what I mean by my achievement, what I mean by my success, what I want to be my happiness. I have to define. I tak boleh ikut standard orang. Dia normal people, I tak normal. My life has not been normal, kan? Betul lah kan? Yeah. So I have to redefine my own. Lantak lah. Whatever happens, happen. What's the worst that can happen? Kan? Paling-paling kena buang kerja je. That's it. Cari kerja lain. And done. You know? So you have to be careful with that. Jangan sampai kita hilang kesiuman kita. Kerana ujian. Kita tak tahan dalam ujian. Kita hilang kesiuman kita kan. Jadi kita ada satu pepatah Tibet orang Tibet kata-kata hikmah, dia kata if you can solve it, then you can have the solution. But if you cannot solve it, then you just leave it, kan? You leave it. So tak ada solution. Mana you learn to surrender. Surrender ni bukan senang tau. Rupanya surrender ni bukan senang. Until I was tested, I really know what the meaning of submission is. Bila you dah betul-betul rasa helpless, you really know you can't do anything. You can't do anything about this. Or there's not just only this much you can do. When by right you should be doing this much, kan? So that is the state of helplessness. Bila kita dah helpless, then you know what submission actually mean. You serah segalanya kepada Tuhan. Okay. Right? Betul Okay. For you to know the true meaning of submission. Itulah bersyukur kadang-kadang bila kita ada ujian, sebenarnya Allah sayang kita. Allah sayang kat kita sebab betul-betul dia tundukkan kita, jiwa, raga, badan, otak, hati semua kena tunduk. Sebab saya kata, ya Allah Tuhanku, saya tak mampu nak tengok anak saya 7 orang ni. Seorang kat sini, seorang kat sana. I cannot be everywhere. I don't have eyes everywhere. Please God, take care of each and every one of them. You know, that is one example lah. Macam mana kita betul-betul submit, I let go. Alright, that's it. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Subhanallah, waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Dr. Kasih, Dr. Salasiah. Satu penghargaan yang cukup besar daripada saya dapat sepentas bersama dengan kalian. Seolah-olah kami ni sedang bercakap dengan ibu-ibu sendiri. Mak faham anak, anak faham mak. Macam itulah ceritanya lebih kurang, insya-Allah. Jadi insya-Allah semoga kita berjumpa lagi di lain masa. Saya minta maaf salah dan silap sepanjang mengacarkan majlis pada hari ini. Saya Amardin, mohon undur diri. Dr. Salasiah, Dr. Kasih, thank you so much for having us. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Pass it back to our moderator, Sister Huda. Berikan tepukan kepada speaker-speaker kita, guys. Come on. Oh, nak bergambar? Mereka kita bergambar terlebih dahulu. Kita ada Dr. Nawati juga dekat sini. Thank you so much, Dr. Nawati. Okay. Nak buat macam mana? Pose ni? Jangan. Okay. Dah ready ke? Technical?
Hai Kak Wati. Dr. Noli tak ada ke? Dr. Noli, Dr. Ainun.
Okay, so kita buat formal dulu. Formal Ready? 1, 2, 3. Sekali lagi formal. 1, 2, 3. Alright, freestyle pula. Ready semua? 1, 2, 3. Another style. 1, 2, 3. Alright, terima kasih banyak-banyak. Jumpa lagi. Saya mohon undur diri. Pass back to our moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Brother Amin. Okay. As we all know, we are almost at the end of the seminar. We would like to be informed all the participants to fill up the evaluation form. Now, let us watch the montage video that have been prepared by the committee members.
Okay, siapa saiz S tak beduk rugi. Fit 18, labo 25. Best. Nak lock berapa fee? Lock RM65.
Now, I would like to invite Dr. Nawati binti Mansur, Head of Department of Educational Psychology and Counselling, Kuliah of Education, International Islamic University Malaysia, to give her speech and closing remarks. Please welcome Dr. Nawati.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Ya. Okay, well done. Congratulations dulu ya. Thank you very much our speaker ya. Good afternoon everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I believe that today's seminar all of us obtained a very fruitful discussion. In this seminar, the main theme is grief and loss. Face it or leave it. Tu Dr. Kasih. Face it or leave it. Dr. Kasih. Dan Dr. Salasiah tadi saya sempat dengar sharing daripada doktor berdua, sangat bermakna untuk pelajar-pelajar kita dan untuk yang di luar sana. So we have learned a lot from every session delivered by the amazing speakers today. My connection is not stable. I hope you can hear me. Dengar tak? Sister Huda? Is it okay? Hilang dah saya.
Yes, okay. Yes,
Okay, dengar ya? Alhamdulillah. Because
dengar clear.
Clear Dr. Siti? Alhamdulillah.
Clear.
Sebabnya dia tulis my connection is not stable and then I don't have picture pun kat situ. Tak apa, saya teruskan ya. Who have shared their experience in grief and loss issues. Once again, on behalf of the committee, thank you for delivering such important materials, so that all of us can deepen our knowledge about grief and loss, and how to cope with the situation. Furthermore, bila cakap dalam bahasa Inggeris, for me sometimes dia stuck sikit. Furthermore, I would like to thank all the lecturers, the participants who have joined this webinar. I am certain that every participant gain more knowledge on how to deal with grief and loss issues in their life, especially to guidance and counseling students. I sincerely hope that through this upcoming practicum and internship, after this, all of you are able to help your client and how to overcome the grief and loss issues, as well as you lah bukan saja kita belajar bukan saja untuk our client, we also learn in order to apply that knowledge later on. Okay, Dr. Kasih, I know Arwah Prof, so I remember him the night before. We communicate lagi Kasih. Doktor macam mana ni kita orang ni tak siap lagi saya dengan Dr. Siti Rafia malam tu dekat education pukul 11 malam. And dia kata buat saja, hantar saja. So bila esok siang tu kan bila saya masih ingat lagi lah Dr. Kasih nanti cerita pula sedih lagi pula So my father passed away 24 hari bulan Disember tahun lepas. So I still feel tengok je orang rambut putih Kasih, dia terus automatically akan menangis Okay, alhamdulillah insya-Allah. Sorry, emo sikit. The next thing the next thing I think ada juga tadi cakap maybe doktor we will like next time we have to be very choosy about the time and the dates because today is Friday kan, so mungkin orang tak dapat join lah ramai tak dapat join tak apa, dah lepas dah, so alhamdulillah, congratulations. Yang penting berjalan dan anda punya effort sangat bermakna untuk menjadikan seminar ini into reality. Finally, I would like to thank all the committee members for organizing this seminar, a very wonderful seminar, and ensuring that it proceed proceeded smoothly. Yeah, Alhamdulillah. I would also like to apologize for any inconvenience for the speakers lah ya, that you might experience during this seminar. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, there is a saying, setiap pertemuan pasti ada perpisahan. Ya, setiap yang bermula pasti akan berakhir. Whatever it is, ya, jadikanlah kehadiran kita dirasai, ketiadaan kita dirindui. Ya, so di mana kita pergi, orang dapat manfaatnya. Orang akan tercari-cari, ya, akan rindu akan kita. Ya. So I believe that is what happened to my colleague, yeah, and family. Yeah. Then when there is a meeting, there is a time to say goodbye. Yeah, so to leaving the seminar, especially the gentlemen, because now it's time for Friday prayer. Yeah, so thank you once again for your open participation and wish you all the best. Final year student kan, I hope that we can meet again insyaAllah. Thank you. Yeah, so terima kasih ya Dr. Salasia. Nanti boleh lagi tu nampaknya dengan Dr. Kasih for sharing ya. Alhamdulillah saya sempat join. Happy to hear that. Yeah, I think I pass this yeah to the. Okay, thank you very much to Dr. Siti ya, Dr. Siti yang ya apa kita supervise menyelia student kita untuk 3 seminar, betul ya Sister Huda, 3 seminar, 2 mini seminars and then 1 big seminar. So alhamdulillah, congratulations your effort. Now I pass back the mic to Sister Huda. Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Dr. Nawati. With the end of the speech by Dr. Nawati binti Mansur, Head of Department of Educational Psychology and Counseling, now the seminar of grief and loss is at the end of the session. Therefore, we would like to thank all the participants to make the seminar glorious and in fruitful discussion. I would like to remind all the participants to fill up the evaluation form, and I would like to invite all the participants to open your camera for the photography session after this.
Right.
From my side, as a master ceremony, I would like to apologize if I ever make mistake throughout the time I am being an MC. Thank you for joining us today. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum. Till we meet again, inshallah. Please stay for photography session and open your camera. Thank you. Ready? Okay, open camera. Okay. 1, 2, 3. And another more. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Freestyle. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Thank you Dr. Salasia, Dr. Nawati, Dr. Kasih.
Okay, thank you semua.
Good luck everybody.
Ahmad, Dr. Kasih adalah saya punya junior dulu di sekolah. Junior saya di sekolah. Dr. Salasia.
Terima kasih Dr. Nawati.
Ya, terima kasih Dr. Kasih, Dr. Salasia. Okey, assalamualaikum.
Bye, assalamualaikum.
Salam tuan, terima kasih sangat. Dr. Siti, terima kasih ya. Okey, saya nak ambil anak sekolah. Assalamualaikum. I got to go.